Welcome, fellow explorers, to Laurence's Factorio space exploration and Krastorio² adventure. On the once verdant planet of Norvis, we greedily harvested its precious resources, delving deep into its core in our quest to satisfy our industrial systems. Yet our never-ending thirst for knowledge propelled us beyond our home into the vast expanses of space. Traversing the solar system, we unearthed exotic materials with strange electrical and mechanical properties, using powerful railguns to fling them back home. But our hunger for discovery knew no bounds. To satiate our factory, we crafted interplanetary spaceships, venturing further into the unknown. Join us in our next stream as we expand our empire interstellar, facing new challenges and unveiling the mysteries of the universe. Together we will soar to greater heights, exploring uncharted territories and embracing the wonders of the cosmos. The factory must grow. Hello everyone, welcome to Laurence Plays. It's Monday, so we're playing some more Factorio Space Exploration and Krastorio², and I left the door open on my spaceship. That's very foolish. I should move a bit further away from it. So I'm still out here by Taras, the Immersium planet, Nimbusite planet, where all this purple stuff is coming out from. But that's not entirely necessary because that's not on my to-do list today. That seems to actually be working, which is quite nice. A little while ago, however, the other big thing, the big thing that's going to be going on during the stream, and this is spoilers for the space exploration endgame puzzle, is that Tristan and Mike are over here at the Stargate, and they're going to be poking it again. And if we're really lucky, we might not have biters come through. Who knows? They've been doing a bit more thinking during the week about all the things that were going wrong last time, which I talked a little bit about in Saturday's video. So they've come up with more patterns of sigils or glyphs to test, and so as you can see at the moment, they are already programming some in to see what we can get. So we are virtually certain that this is the correct first one.
I like the way that you imply that it's mostly thinking and not in fact mostly crying.
Okay, some crying may have been done as well, yes.
Some, it's mostly crying.
We might have also cried 50% chance that this one's correct as well, although we're not 100% sure. Apparently there's another one that looks like a shuriken that might be going in there instead. And then, well, they're just going to chuck some more glyphs in around the edge and see where it comes out. And as you saw in the video, with the whole sphere thing and where all the points were going, we've got... they, because I haven't done very much towards it at all, apart from talk about it a lot. They have got in approximately the right sort of general area. So, I mean, the basic theory seems to be at least vaguely solid. However, there's a certain level of inaccuracy, which hopefully they've managed to get rid of a bit of. So we'll come back in a little while when probably Tristan, I imagine, because it usually seems to be him programming this thing, has finished setting the Stargate up, and we'll see what comes through. So, yes, hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Playnot. I'm not actually your mother, but if it makes you feel better to call me that, then I suppose you can. Hello, Doopy, Regular, NX, Metbar, and Mike and Tristan, of course. Marc will be joining us fairly soon. He's on Discord chat over here, sort of, but he's still on his way to find somewhere where he can actually get to a computer. So he'll be joining us fairly soon. And hello, Frugal, and did I say Doobie? Yes, Doobie, and Blake, and other Mike, and Sophia. Welcome to all of you. Yeah, well, no, our plan is still certainly going to be a trial, but hopefully we'll have slightly less error. We shall find out. That is a ping. That is
yeah, he pinged the next one.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's now wrong because I've moved it. Because I moved it because he pinged it.
Yeah, there it is.
Fair enough. So
I'm deducing that you're going through my guess,
yeah,
which I now think is going to be wrong, but it'll be good to know how wrong it is.
There we go. The trials continue. But I do have a to-do list to be getting on with. It's not very long, but let's deal with the important first part of it, which is that train jam that I spotted last time. So that was a little bit embarrassing because over that's a hand on the keyboard in the wrong place. Over here, it hasn't actually jammed yet. That's convenient. So I can come in here now because I haven't spent the last time producing a video, the trains haven't been moving around quite as much there, so I can whack the train limit in there, which will stop the other train leaving this station until this one has left. Therefore, that jam will be fixed. And then, just to make doubly sure, as I was talking about in the video, I also want to put in a chain signal. It needs to go on the right-hand side like that to be on the way out, and that means that the train won't leave this station until the other train has left this station over here, and therefore there is room for it to go into whichever one it is. It also, because of just the positioning of all of the rails and how close these are packed together, it also won't leave until the other train goes past here. But that's okay. We're not in that much of a hurry. We'd like to keep a decent throughput of trains going, of course, but we don't care exactly when it goes through.
So
yeah,
it's
that's a
unlikely
good
to be
idea,
correct,
actually.
but I'm about to trigger one.
Okay. Yes, let's do that as well, because that is a good idea. Also, let's go back and watch the biters come through.
Yeah, spreadsheet says that this is 0.00005 off-ish. But subsequent to making this calculation, I've then thought more about spherical trigonometry and gone, yeah, no, it's not going to be right.
You've realised the spreadsheet is not correct. No, there we go. That's some biters.
Yeah.
Alas,
Right,
I mean,
okay,
not a
there's
huge
numbers.
surprise at this point, but
well. Right, give me a distance.
yes, Tristan and Mike have indeed made new calculations, and so things are going to go slightly differently. We'll see whether it's a good different or a bad different. Yes,
0.2?
0.2. That seems like quite a large number.
Yeah, 0.02.
Even so, that still seems like a fairly large number, given how long you spent saying 0 a moment ago.
Yeah, that's technically the furthest one away, other than the test one for where we weren't sure about whether it's rotating or mirroring.
Wow. So,
That's
despite being
horrendous.
theoretically right on the button, it was the one that was furthest away.
Yep.
I don't know whether to say congratulations or not.
Well, I mean, it gives us information.
Yes, that's true.
Do we know what
is
information
valuable.
it gives us?
Listen, let's not ask the questions that are really complicated, okay?
Don't ask the question if you don't want to know the answer to it.
I'm going to put in the closest one we've had, but with the last one replaced by one of the corners.
Okay, try and work out if you're very, very how nearly right you were, or whether it's upside. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I can't find the first
Triangular tiers. Yeah, that sounds. I suppose the traditional teardrop shape. It's pointy at the top. It's kind of a triangle, just as a rounded bottom. Right. So we have holmium cables pouring out here, and they are going all the way down here, and they are being made into quantum processors down here. Now, the big question here is this solid deep space belt, well, nearly solid deep space belt of holmium cables sufficient to keep this voracious maw of the quantum processors thing satisfied? And I don't know. I don't know whether it's just started working again, or whether we're still trying to pull them through and it's struggling. We do seem to have the belt still flowing solidly. We'll come back to this later, I think, because even if it's not working at absolutely 100% with all the machines here, as long as we're producing some quantum processors, then we're not completely doomed. I don't know. Oh dear. All right. Anyway, so that's that first crisis point I've fixed. And yes, it does make sense to put a second one. Actually, whoa. I don't know. Yeah, I suppose. I was going to say it doesn't I was debating whether it makes sense to put a train limit on here, and I think if we ever have two trains trying to come to this station at the same time, or a second train trying to get into the station while the first one is in here, we're going to have problems somewhere. So we're either going to get the train stopped here because it can't get, or even worse here because it can't get in, or we're going to get it stopped here where it comes out of the elevator and then suddenly realises it doesn't have anywhere to go. So either way, it's going to be pretty bad. Because any train that's in here, if the other one is trying to get to this station, then it means it's not in this station, and therefore the train that was in here should have been able to pull out and go into this station. So it should never happen. Yeah, that seems like excessive optimism though. So don't know. But anyway, the other thing to consider is down here where all of these holmium cables are coming from. So we have the system over here where we're bringing in the holmium ingots, fine, bringing in plastic and iron as well, turning them into holmium cables, lovely. And those are pouring down here in a steady, very nearly 2 blue... Oh, it just stopped. Why did you stop? Oh, it's run out of plastic. Okay. There are 2 trains waiting at plastic pickup and 1 heading to plastic pickup. True, yes, if it's stuck in the elevator, you're quite right. It can't cause the same sort of deadlock that the video saw. That would be better. So I think yes, I think you're probably right. It would be horrible for it to happen either way, but it is slightly less bad if it gets stuck in the elevator because it's going to be slightly easier to clean up. Whereas small
it's a horrible that will sort itself out if it's stuck in the elevator.
Yeah, it's a horrible that will sort itself out once the other train is given a kick up the proverbial, at least, which isn't quite the same. It'll need sorting out. Well, whatever causes the train to be stuck there would need to be sorted. Why are these trains not going? Oh, they're not. We don't have any we don't have any plastic. How do we not have any plastic? Because we don't have any. Wait, what? Oh, coal.
Oh.
We've run out of coal in the plastic production area. We have absolutely full coal over in the core processing area. That's the wrong one again. This one. So why are you not going there? Destinations for coal. Okay, so go to coal mine. Is that called coal mine? No, it's called coal pickup prio. So I think I know what's happened. There is a train here that goes off to coal mines, but it can't find a coal mine to go to because they've all given. Oh, no, wait, no, it was on coal drop. What? Why had that not emptied its cargo inventory and then cleared off? I am confused. That's weird, and I don't like it. But it is now probably working. Where are you going to go next? You're going to go to Prio next. Okay, so that's good. Yeah, for some reason we got in a train from a coal mine, and then it didn't leave. But when I then told it to go to a coal mine, it left. So it isn't that all the coal mines are completely empty, which was my first guess. That's weird. I don't know what happened there. But the system is now working. We've got trains going, doing the train thing. Yeah, here comes one going to coal drop. There's that one going to a coal mine. Fine.
I'm putting in a corner thing. It's highly unlikely to be the solution.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's worth. Yeah, it's giving us information. That's the key thing.
No, I think Tristan's saying it's probably not worth me looking, or warning me to whether about looking. Let's look just in case, because I'd feel very, very silly if it did turn out to be the solution, and
yeah,
and I wasn't looking. No, there we go. It's unstable.
Was that your number 2 attempt?
Yes, with the bottom left corner.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I definitely agree, Sophia. Yeah, LTN makes everything a lot easier, but we're being masochists, so we thought we'd try without LTN. Oh, we've used up all of the coal from that train. Why are you purple? Oh, no, you do have a train. Oh, because there's a train on its way there. Right, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, that wasn't enough to fill up the trains that were sitting here demanding all the plastics. It very nearly was. This train is at 39 out of 40. This one, oh, yeah. This train needs one more, less than one more stack to go into it. Okay, one and a half more stacks to go into it, and it'd be full. This one is fairly full. So we'll get them both going out when the next coal train arrives. We just need the coal train to come through a little bit more quickly. Here it is.
Is there none in the core area? No plastic? Because there used to be loads there.
That's a good question. Let's have a look. Yeah, there is absolutely loads. So for some reason,
not being picked up from there.
No, I think it might be. Maybe it's because the problem's been there for a while, so the trains have been sat at plastic pickup for a while. I don't know. What are your rules? So you go to plastic. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think they might have just been sat there for a while. So after the once we've got enough coal in there for the trains to clear off, hopefully the next time round they will go. So there's a train coming in with coal now. I'm intrigued that I didn't see this problem in the video, because it was probably longer into the game had probably been running longer by that point. But it seemed to have cleared out, so I'm surprised. Right, there we go. There's one train going.
Did you work out why the train?
Interestingly, Tristan, that according to the spreadsheet, that one's. Wait, what? I'm so confused. That one is further away than my guess.
What?
So now, I'm now wondering, have I done something stupid with the
Distance calculation.
Yeah, I'm just double checking that.
Okay, 3 trains of plastic have left, so that's going quite well.
Can't see an obvious error.
Check the glyphs that I used as well. It's possible I put it in wrong.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I do. Yes, I do quite like having the train give warnings, and that's one of the nice things about Satisfactory's train system, and there aren't very many of them. But you do get alerts on the map when trains have been sat at a signal for longer than they expect to be. So when something breaks like that, you do get a bit of a warning rather than just coming back hours later when you're wondering why something's broken to find an enormous train jam across your entire planet.
That was me. I misentered the data.
Cool. Did you miss out a negative sign?
I flipped the first 2 digits backwards, so it was 0.86 instead of 0.68, which obviously is quite a lot further away.
Yep.
Easily done.
Yeah. Oh, it's easy. It's a little bit awkward, but
Yes. Right. So the train has arrived over here and is unloading plastic. Excellent. So now we can start making the cables again, and here they all come. Good.
okay, so that one was further away.
Yeah, so which is bigger, a planet or a factory? I mean, in space exploration, the factory covers multiple planets, so therefore you could argue that the factory is actually bigger than the planet. But your train jams tend to only affect one planet. It would be quite impressive to affect more than one. Maybe with spaceship trains we could manage that. Or with stuck train detector, that would be quite nice. Does it sound an alarm when you have a train crisis? Because that could be very, very useful. Down here we have a little bit of holmium cable. Not a great deal, but a little bit. This train is nearly empty. So let's make sure this train goes to the new plastic... Oh, sorry, the overflow plastic area when it leaves. Empty. Nearly there. Bing! Right, yes. So to answer your question, Tristan, it is working. The train is now going off to the overflow plastic area. It's going to take a little while to get there, but it'll get some plastic from there instead.
And it was designed by Marc, so shouldn't be surprised.
It's taking an intriguing route. It looks a bit wiggly and windy, but never mind. Presumably,
Right, about to do a different corner.
Good reasons. Okay.
Also, don't expect this to be the solution, but
it's always nice to watch biters getting zapped, though. So we'll come along and have a look. I'm trying to work out which one's the check engine light glyph you've been talking about.
it's not on there. It'll be on the ring. It's not one of the selected ones.
Okay. Oh, it's a biter. It's a biter. Biter. I could almost believe that one's... It's not really, but it's sort of vaguely. Oh, Tristan's pinged it because I'm being unobservant. Where is it? Where's the ping? Oh, there it is.
Right hand side, yeah.
Yeah, I could sort of see what you mean. I'm not sure that's what I'd have thought of calling it, but I can kind of see what you mean. Oh yeah, that's a fair point,
Basically
Sophia.
my response. I might call it that.
Sophia says, Tristan and Mike, you should tell us what's new about each try, so we know why you're testing those coordinates, rather than just going, oh look, pretty lights.
So those two and this one are the triangle around the closest one we've done.
So you can try and work out whether, I guess how many triangles away you are from the from the origin or the target or whatever we're calling it. Okay. Right, production seems to have calmed down over here, probably because all the trains are going over here instead, because this is where all the plastic is now, or this is where there is lots of plastic and we want to get rid of some of it, like probably this train. Yes, here it comes. wonder if that's the one I was actually looking at earlier. It's kind of hard to tell. They all look the same to me. So that'll fill up nice and quickly with plastic from there, and then probably take it all over to the Holmium cable production again down here. We've got some plastic at the moment, and yes, they're trucking through nicely. So it seems to basically be working, but do note that we have now actually completely run out of Holmium cables over here. We're just loading them. Well, we're loading them up into the train as fast as they're being produced, so we don't have any buffer. But I guess we need to keep them being taken away. We need to keep them being used. So let's carry on taking them away. Okay, so that does seem to be basically working for reasonable values of basically working. Holmium cable bottom weight station. Oh yes, I remember what I wanted to do there. Oh dear, Marc's joining, and that's causing the... Well, not oh dear, Marc is joining, but the oh dear, that's causing the server to save the map, and that's going to mean some slowdown. Oh yes, you're right, I was going to upgrade the modules in there, wasn't I? That's not a bad idea. Let's do that. Let's do that before I go off and fiddle with other things. So we want to put products prod 6 and speed 6 into these two things. Let's have a look at the module insert to see if we're programmed up for that sort of thing. So a beacon is currently set to take speed 6. If that's a wide area beacon, that's a wide area beacon. Lovely. And the assembly machine, these things, right? I actually want you to be taking prod 6. I said I want you to be taking prod 6 all the way through. Fine, I'll do it the hard way. Like that, and then I can, yes, and then I can grab the module inserter tool from here and go, there we go, and yeah, okay. It's warning me that I can't use productivity modules in this recipe, in these two recipes. That's fine. They're getting speeded enough by this beacon down here, so I think that's probably fine. And then over here, yes, we're waiting for all those modules to come over. Now, is this actually going to happen? Novice. No, it isn't. We need to get more tier 6 modules down to the ground, and I've no idea how we'd accomplish it. Oh, actually, that's not true. I have an idea of how we accomplish that. I think we go... Do we go up into space? I know up in space there is a system over here for bringing things to the ground.
Yeah, request it on the blue chest, and then stop requesting once they're being delivered.
Okay. I didn't look at how many it was or what I needed. It was 24 of each. Okay, that's interesting. Bit of a just a coincidence, I'm sure, but right. So it's 52 on the way. Fine. 52 on the way. Fine. Right. Okay. So there we go. They'll be dropped into the chest here. They can then be dumped into this warehouse, and then eventually, one of the trains that pulls in here to pick up miscellaneous trash to take down to the ground, as you can see here, will come in, we'll pick up all the modules, and we'll take them down, and then they'll go into the logistics system, and from there, eventually, a construction bot will come along and find them and go, oh, look what I found, and we'll take it over to the machines that I've said to upgrade.
Doing the last corner.
So it's quite a big boss name. I can't even... Oh, there we go. I can even.
Have you been looking at these results, Mike, or not?
Fighters!
Have you been looking at the results that have come up from those three?
Yep.
Anything interesting?
No.
Okay.
So it is going to take a very, very long time for those modules to be somewhere useful. So firstly, they have to... Why is my hand always in the wrong place on the keyboard? Firstly, yeah, they have to be brought over by logistics bots, as you see here, and they'll get dropped off into the chests and passed into the into the warehouse. Then we need a train to pull in here, and then we need the warehouse to empty far enough that it actually takes the modules out that have been put in here. Then those will be taken down to the ground and dropped off into one of these stations here, where they'll go down these belts, and they will be eventually fed into a train down here. Those trains will take them from there up to here, where all of the passy-through is done. And then it'll be unloaded into this warehouse to this warehouse, where it's sorted. All of the ores go off in useful directions. Anything remaining that isn't on the list that of stuff that is taken away automatically from here will go into the purple chest here. From the purple chest, it will then go who knows where. There are some yellow chests over here it might end up in, or the game might be smart enough to go, oh look, I need those, and it'll grab the modules out from the warehouse there and bring them over to be used over here. Looks like Mike and Tristan have moved off to a different chat area because I'm talking lots, and they want to insult each other in private or something like that, or just probably more likely be rude about me in private. So we found a couple of tier 6 modules. That was a bit sooner than expected. So I don't know where those came from, but they did, and so now we're just waiting for another. Somehow we're now waiting for more than we were waiting for before, but. Never mind. I guess we'll leave that and not worry about it too much because I ordered 50 of each, so we should be fine there. It's just going to take a little while for them to trickle through. That's a good question. Where would sorting the warehouse put them? I'm not going to try it, but we've got things like speed module begins with S, productivity module begins with P. We've got copper ore and iron ore will go up above them. Stone would go. Stone would be after them. Rare metals would be between them. Yeah, so if a train comes in, it's going to take away about 40 stacks per wagon. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's going to take about that much. So we're going to take quite a lot of stuff away. So I'm cautiously optimistic that the next train that actually pulls in here will take a good amount of stuff away. Now, is this station even green? Yes, it does appear to be. Okay. So yeah, we should. Oh, in the tab by the tab in inventory. Okay, so maybe it would sort them into a worse place then. I don't know. But that train's just screaming through without. Oh, okay. It's because it's going off somewhere completely different. I guess that's fair then. Okay, well, we'll leave that working on trying to happen, and eventually it probably will. The other thing I wanted to do was over here was put in another stopping waiting place for the train down here on the ground. So what I want to do is I want to put in a piece of space rail that comes over to here, like that. And that is, yes, that'll work with that. And then another piece that comes from here and joins onto this rail, like that. I will then put in a couple of signals there and there. And will it let me put in a... I also need to make sure I make this station big enough. So let's copy that. Okay, that goes there. Okay, I've made it big enough. Excellent. So we'll put that there. Got a station in here. Signals on the entrance and exit. So now I can now set this up as a wait station. Over here we'll put in a train limit of 1. Fine. And so we'll tell these trains to then go into this station over here. Now, this shouldn't ever get used. Shouldn't. Look at the camera, not the microphone when you're gesturing. Yeah, shouldn't get used because as long as there is this healthy supply here, then we should always load this train up nice and quickly. And so the second one will then wait in here. The second one will, by the time the second one is unloaded and is on its way back down again, this one will have finished loading up and will have gone back up top side again. However, if demand is greater than supply and logistics is greater than supply, which it appears to be at the moment, because notice that this warehouse is basically empty, then we'll end up with the trains coming down here, and the second train might well come down here and end up trying to wait, joining the queue here because it can't get enough cables, and then it'll stick out to about here. We won't be able to get the sulfur trains in. It might even block the rare metal trains. It's going to be a problem anyway, in general anyway. Time is currently slowed down, Broms, because Marc is joining the game at the moment. So we've slowed it down this far to allow him to catch up a bit more quickly. However, we are currently running at about 30 UPS because the factory is so big and my computer is struggling a little bit. So yeah, we are running quite a lot slower than normal speed. However, we're not running quite as much lower than normal speed as this implies. We'll be things will improve. Things can only get better once Marc joins. It's going to take a very, very long time for this stuff to get brought over, so I'm not going to sit around and wait for that, especially at 12 UPS.
Oh, that is horrible.
Yeah.
I've now started trying to move my camera.
So, I have now sorted out the holmium cable trains where I messed things up spectacularly. I've added a holmium cable bottom await station. Ah yes, and I was going to finish balancing the memory card pickup station. So let's go and have a look at that next. Yeah, Marc is generally a force for good, except when he tanks the UPS by trying to pave over the entire known universe. That is less of a force for good, I feel. So
Would
last.
you like Mike to explain something? Or
Sure.
explain what we're doing.
Yes, if you're going to do a thing, then please do. Are you doing a thing?
Do you want me to explain?
You don't need to
Tristan,
look.
or do you
Okay.
want me to explain, or do you want you to
You
explain?
can explain, Mike.
Okay. So what we're doing is we've worked out roughly what kind of error you get at each glyph, if that makes sense. So if you're off by one triangle, roughly how far is that in distance? Yeah.
Is that at the smallest triangle level?
Yeah. So you're at glyph 2. You're subdividing the glyph 2 triangle into 64 triangles to get glyph 3. And if you get glyph 3 wrong by 1 over to the left, then we know that that's approximately this kind of distance. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And
So
then
you're working
that
it out
gives you-
for the different level. Well, at the moment for level 3, but in theory, are you planning to work it out for every level?
Numbers so far for illustrative purposes.
Okay.
What we've done is gone through, and Tristan's just on the edges of the smallest triangle using his closest guess, and that has an error of. Bear with whilst I find the note. 0.002 and a bunch of numbers. It's 27 if you really care. 0.0027.
0.000.
0.0027.
Okay.
So it's 2 zeros, then a 2, then a 7.
Okay.
Now, if glyph 4 is off by one triangle edge length, that is, you expect an error of 0.00139.
So you're probably potentially off by about 2 triangles at the level 4 glyph.
Exactly. So what we're doing now is just testing the 3 corners of the level 3 glyph to make sure we're definitely inside that one.
That makes sense.
And then we'll scream our souls out in a different chat, scream into the abyss for a few minutes and work out what we think number 4 is. But we're just sort of so chat's aware, because obviously we've had Tristan and I in particular had a lot of conversations this week. What we're doing is it's called a predictor corrector method. We're calculating what we think is right, and then we're doing a bit of testing to make sure we've not got it wrong, and then we'll move on with the next step of calculations. So it's half analytical, half empirical.
That seems reasonable. And I think
I've spent every spare moment this week doing it.
We've just
I'm not well disposed to Arundel.
Yeah, we've decided that whilst in theory we could make Mike and Tristan just keep working and working and working away at it from an entirely analytical and theoretical point of view, this is probably not going to. Well, this is probably going to destroy their sanity. What's left of it, and also probably not get us an answer inside a reasonable time frame. So we've decided that for the sake of actually trying to complete this thing, it's better to check to do some checking of their maths rather than just go, yeah, this is probably right. We've spent a week producing this perfectly formed solution. We're going to plug it in and see what happens. So basically, we're switching over to the SpaceX method instead of the United Launch Alliance method, where we go in, we try something and we see how wrong it is, and then try and fix it, rather than just trying to make something that's perfect from the very start.
No, we're switching over to the Ariane method rather than the JAXA method.
I'm less familiar with those, so I can't really comment.
When's the last time JAXA launched something?
Okay.
But yeah, can it just speak?
Hello, Marc.
I'm not sure that was
yes,
a proper Mark. I think you might need to switch microphones or switch audio devices or something.
Yeah, I'm currently on the headset via iPhone solution because I don't want to use any of my bandwidth for the PC.
Oh, I see. Fair enough. Okay. So if you're down to accurate third or fourth, yeah. So once we have a pretty good idea of where the triangle from the third glyph is, we can then try and from there we can then more or less we have a much better idea. That's a lot of zoom. We then have an idea. We can then have a better idea of where all the triangles for the fourth glyph are, and so we should be able to then analytically say we think it's in this triangle, and then we test that triangle. So it's not going to be a case of we we get the fourth glyph, and then we do get the third glyph right, and then we test every triangle in there to find out the next one. We're going to then work out which one it should be in, then get the corners of that one to make sure that is actually correct, and then so on all the way down the chain. So it's mostly analytic. We're getting each individual triangle analytically, and then we're checking empirically to make sure that it's correct. I think that's probably the best way to describe it.
Yeah, that works. And the root of the problem, we think, is that we're treating everything as though it's a straight line, when in reality it's on the surface of a sphere. Mm-hmm. And the obvious sort of real-world thing to look at is if you fly from, for example, Germany to America, if you look at that on your standard 2D map projection, it's a curved line.
My calculations using polar coordinates
will correct that for an extent, but
they're still going for a simple arc rather than
exactly, and they're interpolating between points, and so all the ones along the edges are probably correct. It's the ones in the middle that are likely to be suffering from. Mark's dropped. It's the ones in the middle that are more likely to suffer some form of variance.
Mark, we may be going to struggle.
Yeah,
500 might be excessive for this. Actually, let's drop this down to 100. So
anyway, let the testing commence.
Oh, and that's the wrong way around. That's not good. Right. So let's have a quick talk through what I've done here. This is a system I set up last time where, because there were too many memory cards in this side and not enough in this side. So we're watching the number in both of those. We're watching the number in this one and outputting it as a C. The C is then passed over to this inserter, and if C is greater than D, if C, the number in here, is less than memory card, the number in here, then we'll pass them across. However, that only works in one direction. If it gets unbalanced the other way, then it's not going to work. So now I've told this one to say if D is less than memory card. Is that right? So D is still the number in here, but with more on, but with a bit added on. So if D is less, no, that's not. That's the wrong way around. If D is greater than memory card, then pass them through. No, now they're just being passed back and forth. This is obviously wrong. So that probably means this should have been a minus 100 up here, like that. There we go. So the idea being here that if we have, if there's more in this one, then we'll end up passing them through this way, because this minus 100 will be more than the number in here. If it's wrong in the opposite direction, if there's more in here, then we'll pass them from this side over to this side, and so we should stay reasonably well balanced. At least that's the theory, and it's to within 100 anyway, and that should be more than accurate enough. I am still not sure how this managed to get out of whack, because, well, we've got the memory cards coming in down here that have been recycled, sure. Memory cards are coming in over from over here, where they're brand new, sure. And they're going into it. Then they're going into a splitter, which means half of them should go one way and half should go the other way. So we should end up with the same number going into each of these warehouses. Then we have a train that comes around here. We'll pick up a full load. We'll take it away. We'll drop it all off somewhere. Then it'll come back. It'll pick up a full load and go away. So in theory, this should always stay in perfect balance. But somehow it
new corner.
Got a new corner. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. And that corner is left.
Yeah. Somehow they got out of whack. So I've put this in to make sure it doesn't happen again, basically. Yes, I don't. I don't know why the warehouse has got unbalanced, but it just seems to be that somehow they always manage to do that, and I have no idea how. Mike is dropping not suggestions, explanations in chat. So there you go. Yeah, but even if the warehouse is filled up completely, then the only difference should be this little bit of wiggled belt across here. Now maybe I should put in a wiggle on the other side as well, just to make sure it keeps balance. But yeah, it seems very weird they got out of balance. It should never. Having fixed it, it should never happen again. However, I've sort of sorted them both out, and yeah, we shall see. Hopefully all will be well. But and to be honest, we'll probably never look back at it ever again to see if it's a problem. So let's now go back to the sort of first principles and go through and have a look at what the problems are at the moment. So as expected, it is the advanced science packs over here, and presumably, and I would be very surprised if it's not due to the memory cards coming over here. Yes, it is indeed due to the quantum phenomenon, quantum whatever it is data. Looking over here, they aren't being made because of the lack of quantum processors coming in. Ooh, they're down to 009. That seems like a reasonably low number.
No, that's technically further away, but the point is that it's building the hypothesis.
Okay.
So where Tristan tested on the graph was... where's the third glyph gone? Sorry, 2 seconds. Got to find lots of images. Right, no, right, and it was left. Yeah, so it's quite a long... It's the corner furthest away from the one that we thought it was.
Right, okay, so being a bigger number is good.
Yes.
Okay, good. No,
So this
Sophia,
one
well,
should be a
in
lot closer.
theory, the train should never come back not empty, because the train, if I can find the thing, no, it's over here. The train, wherever it is set to go until empty cargo inventory, then go and fill cargo inventory, then empty cargo inventory. So it should never turn up part full. It is possible that somebody did a sort of a send it away thing, and sent it back when it wasn't completely empty. That could have caused a bit of an imbalance. That's probably the most likely cause, that a train had pulled into a station, partly unloaded, and then got sent away again. Yes, apparently the train system is not perfect. Sorry about that.
It's what?
I know, right?
Laurence.
Blasphemy.
Blast for who?
Yes. With the comments that are interested, I think you and I should let Laurence do the mathematics and solve this.
Yes, chat definitely wants to see him. It's another thing. Portal.
Hey, Cobalt, welcome.
Chat definitely wants to watch him putting glyphs in over and over and over again.
Apparently saying "Hey Cobalt" sounds enough like saying "Hey Google," and so my phone triggered on that.
I want to watch Laurence putting glyphs in over and over and over again. I think it'd be funny,
but not for very long. So to go back to Sophia's NX3's question, it shouldn't matter. Because even if the lanes are split individually and every other card from the left lane was set, if it went left, right, whatever, it should still keep it balanced between the two. So it shouldn't matter. You should still, at least within counting at sort of individual items. Yes, maybe it'd be 1 or 2 off, but it should never be significantly out. There should always be these should always be fairly close together, I think, based on my understanding of how splitters work, and even every way that they've worked in the past, because I know that it's been changed a few times over.
Would there be something weird happening because it's a deep space splitter?
My gut feeling is that it shouldn't, but shouldn't doesn't mean isn't.
No, because
there is belt at the start of the loader, so it shouldn't matter.
If the splitter is faster than the belt, it still remembers left, right. If it can't output on one particular side, yes, it'll go back to the other. But, as you say, the loader takes items through at the same speed as the belt on the other side, so yes, it's a loader, but that doesn't matter, in quotes.
It shouldn't matter.
Yeah.
Shouldn't matter. In fairness, there's always the weird programming edge case or something like that.
Yeah, and it's the sort of thing where I could imagine if the system filled up, then it could get slightly out of sync because you've got the number that would be on this piece of belt along here. But that's not enough to cause the sort of problems that we were seeing earlier.
Can you open the train's schedule?
It is just full and empty. So there's nothing subtle. There's no times in there or excuses for leaving early. So my best guess is that somebody sent the train away early.
Yeah, that I think is right.
And now that we're sort of on the limit of we've not really got enough data cards, at least partly because I chucked a bajillion more onto the belts in the science area. It's struggling a little bit to keep up, and so we've basically emptied the warehouses, and so we found that little bit of inaccuracy that had been set a while back.
Yeah,
that's
I think
my theory anyway.
Yeah, I think you're right. It will have been one of the emptying ones where it got half empty. Someone just went, you know what, screw this.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah, I suspect so.
Yeah.
Still, I've put the balancing system in here now, so that should be absolutely fine. Should. Sophia thinks power issues could cause the loader to go slowly to... yeah, maybe.
No, loaders don't take power.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, and loaders don't need power, so it can't be that.
Yeah, genuinely the most likely solution. In most of these things, the most likely cause for something like that we looked at and go, hey, that shouldn't be possible, is that a human being got involved.
Yep. You're not wrong.
Ah, excellent. So we can blame Laurence. Good.
Yep. No, I said a human being.
Huh. Okay, so the quantum processor train is going down to Norvis because it wants to. Okay, well, hopefully the quantum processors will be taken somewhere useful when it comes back. The problem is there are many places that require quantum processors. So there's this area over here that needs them to make the advanced data the data cards for the advanced science packs. There's up here that needs them for Energy Science 4. I think they might be taken onto the bus somewhere. They probably get taken over. Oh, yeah, they come over here as well. Although we seem to have a decent number of them at the moment, and this station is not asking for more. So yeah, they do go all over the place. So quantum processors. Yeah. The quantum processors sort of work. I mean, we are making them. They are being pumped through. Here we go. Here's where they're being made. No, we've run out of holmium cable again. So they have worked in the past to the point where we filled a train or got the train to the point where it was prepared to leave. But no, we certainly haven't solved the problem here. I think we've just pushed it back a step or two.
I don't think the issue with quantum processors is it doesn't work. I think the issue is it's slow.
Yeah, it's because it requires so many holmium cables that we just can't ship them in fast enough, basically.
Yeah, especially with a mixed bag train like that, where it's
not that
there's another dedicated one, isn't there?
There's a pair of dedicated trains bringing up holmium cables now. However, the problem is if we go back down onto the planet, we aren't making the holmium cables fast enough anymore. Wherever it is, here.
Yeah, and it's not worth making on site because productivity and
it might be worth making them on site because you don't need to bring as many. You don't need to bring as many through. You might be able to get away with not transporting as much stuff. I'm going to check the recipe for this because I'm not sure whether this is true or not. Quantum processors takes 32 cable. Oh, right, sorry, no, it's not the cable. It's not the processors we care about. It's the holmium cables, which are made from 2 holmium plates and 1 plastic bar to make 2 cables. So we would need to bring in what does everything stack to?
Plastic's 100. Plates are usually 100.
Yeah, but we bring that in as ingots, so that's fine. I'm not. Here we go. Yes, the holmium cable only stacks to 50, whereas plastic stacks to, as Mike said, to 100. So in theory, if we had trains bringing in plastic and bringing in holmium plate, holmium ingots, we could make the holmium cables on site faster than we are currently than we're currently able to make them over here. We would be able to make more of them per train load than we are over here. However,
but you'd have no prod.
But we'd have no prod, which would mean we'd use a lot more holmium, which we care about. We don't care so much about the plastic, but we do care about the amount of holmium we're using up. So that would not be ideal. We've got holmium cable. I need to upgrade these belts probably. The modules haven't. Some of the modules have arrived. We'll look into that in a moment. Throughput would probably not. Well, throughput will be improved a little bit because we get twice as many on the, almost twice as many on the inputs on the belts coming in. I think the correct answer is upgrade this system over here further, which I'm trying to do. Oh, in fact, I need to upgrade the belts as well if I'm going to do that. So these output belts are going to need to be significantly quicker to deal with the amount of cable that's going to be pumped through them. Possibly this input belt's going to need to be faster as well. But we don't seem to have a lot of the modules yet, and I don't really know why not. Because I did send a load down. They're on their way. Yes, because Norvis is not appearing in the list at all. So they are on their way over. These will be fitted relatively soon. By which point, yes, I will need to have upgraded the belts. So let's get are you a suitable upgrade planner? Yes, you are. You are blue to purple all the way through, and some green to purple as well. Excellent. You will do very nicely. So we'll do the output belts first. And then come back and think about input belts afterwards. I think I'm definitely going to have to do the plastic belt, but I don't think I'm going to need to do the ingot belts or any of that sort of stuff. So bring that through there like that. Nice convenient upgrade. Oh, you got down to 3 of them now. Okay. Wait, no, I need to read through a bit more of what Mike's been saying before I sort of come in.
So the question from Sophia is basically, why don't you just take the curvature of the sphere into account? And that's absolutely the right thing to do, which is what we're trying to do. the problem in spherical trigonometry is a triangle on the surface of a sphere is defined by 3 arcs. To calculate all the information about that, you need at least 3 elements of either angles between 2 arcs or lengths of a given arc. The game gives us none of that. It gives us an approximation of the coordinates of the intersections, which, in fairness, you can try. You can use those to determine the arcs themselves. But because it's an approximation, we think the problem is that our approximation is drifting from correct, and so we're having to experimentally keep correcting it as we go.
Interestingly, there was a I forget exactly what the where it was I read it and who it was aimed at, but there was a thing saying why don't you just is almost always a bad idea, because if it was that simple, the person probably would have already just. So it's one of those things that it's probably, the chances are whatever you're suggesting is not quite as simple as you think it is. It's hopefully that was the hope with the using polar coordinates instead of Cartesian coordinates. The hope was that then that would just automatically take in all of the curves and everything on the surface of the sphere, because presumably from the centre of the sphere they all look like straight lines. I don't know where the guys have got to with turning everything into polar coordinates, but I believe that was a tricky
I've done
job.
it entirely.
Oh, okay. Right, Tristan's done it entirely, and it still isn't easy. So it's still hard, apparently.
It still has to account for the fact that you've got approximations to the starting point, and then error carry forward that drifts. Yes, if that last thing's right, then we've worked out what the 4th coordinate should be.
The 4th corner of the sphere.
No, the
the 4th glyph.
Yeah, fun fact, all these triangles technically do have, you can create triangles like this with 3 right angles in them, because they are non-Euclidean geometry points. That's the other point in play.
True, yeah.
I will bet you, whichever country you're from, sort of the standard state schooling will not have done non-Euclidean geometry, probably.
Yeah, pretty sure. I think I've encountered non-Euclidean geometry more in gaming than I have in education. So for the UK at least, I would say that's definitely fair. You're quite right, Doobie. Yes, replacing "why don't you just" with "have you tried" at least makes it sound much less patronising and makes it sound like not constructive criticism. Sorry, a sort of helpful suggestion. So yes, that is definitely a better way to do it.
Mike, are you suggesting corners on this one as well?
Are we going to do the 3rd corner just for sanity's sake?
I've done that. I've done all 3.
Oh, sorry, yes. Bear with.
I believe the bus does have enough stuff to make a decent quantity or at least we have a decent quantity of purple belts, which is not quite the same as saying the bus has enough for it. If we take a look over at the graphometron, we can see that purple belts are fine. It's green belts that are struggling because they're all being turned into purple belts. So yeah, purple belts are absolutely fine. The undergrounds and the splitters and things we don't have on the chart over there. However, if I look at the things under demand over here, then we can see that they are all apparently being brought over and everything is hunky dory. We just need to wait for the bots to get here, which they are now starting to do. So that's quite nice. Oh yes, that's true. We could, I could take these. I could take the holmium cables from these 2 out. That's a very good point, Mark. I'd forgotten that these 2 machines weren't feed. I'd forgotten there were other machines over here that weren't feeding in the same direction. Basically, that's the short answer for why it's why I haven't done that yet. So let's add that in. I put that there, and how am I going to get this one out? Probably there. And then this is going to stop this flowing for a bit. That's annoying. Or actually, I could just bring them their own belts out, actually. Let's do that. That's probably going to be better. So let's then take one of these. I want to
Popcorn are being produced.
this one first, probably. I don't care if there's a rock in the way. Oh, actually, let's use purple for this. Was that already purple? It was already purple. What? No, that's all wrong. Don't be like that. Bad game. In fact, let's just remove all of that. Try again with less fail. Can I make brings all the way to here? I can. Excellent. I love these ridiculously long belts.
That's that. Okay. So bear with me a second.
Ooh, random camera jump. Just what I need. Bring that one over here. This is kind of awkward, but never mind. Like that. And then this one needs to also be brought out. So another purple belt.
Might have
Missed.
Yeah.
Much too far. Then from here we go this way.
So that's my bad. I've yeah.
And feed it in
Mirror
here.
image.
Hmm?
Mirror image.
That. There we go. And yes, you're pointing in the right.
Misread.
Yes, you are pointing in the right direction. I also want to do some upgrades in here as well. So get out the not that upgrade planner, this upgrade planner, the one that goes all the way to purple. And I want to say all of this, all of this, all of this, and this. And then when these finally get placed, I'll prioritise them to pass over to the solenoid producing machines as well.
Thank you. Sorry. Hello, Marc.
Yes, there will definitely be an explainer video once I finish. It may take a little while for me to wrap my head around everything that we've done and then try and come and produce a good script for an explainer video. But there will definitely be one. I also want to make one for the interburbulator as well, which is mostly going to actually just be a cutout of one of the other videos I've made. Yeah, I think that's another worthwhile one to make. And then see what else I can think of that I can make a video of about this stream and series and so on as well. Don't worry, there may be more streams. There will certainly be more streams. I mean, I'm not planning to stop. When we finish Space Exploration and K2, then that'll just mean I'll start doing streaming something else. Whether that's Ultra Cube or something else. I don't know. We will see what comes next. But yes, I'm not going to stop just because we finished K2SE. Right, so we now have quite a lot more holmium cable flooding out here, so that's good. And so down here, I mean, we still don't have very much in store. Stop jumping camera around. We still don't have very much in store because we're still desperately trying to fill this up because the trains keep coming over and stealing it all. But it's coming through a lot more quickly now, and so that's going to help quite a lot. At least I think it is. Yes, one belt is enough because there's gaps on these. If it's flickering yellow, it must be some other reason. This one's flickering yellow because it's producing the plates faster than they're needed. Although I might need to speed that up even further once these two kick in. We'll see. So maybe even more speed modules for that one. Yes, the cube. We'll see. We will see. But over here, if the output is absolutely fine because the belts are not quite full, so I think we seem to be doing pretty well there. I'm generally I think pretty happy with this system. So let's leave that running and have a look, see if there's any other resource shortages that I haven't dealt with yet. So iron ingots are, I mean, there's not a shortage, but they've dropped off a little bit. That's interesting. I should probably go and have a look at see if there's any obvious reason for why we might have a shortage of iron ingots. And presumably it just means that a train has just been or something like that. Where do they? Oh, they come down here. Okay, yeah, come down here. Yeah, I mean they're flowing through at a steady blue belt. There is 80% full over there. So yeah, I think that is just a train has just gone. So we slurped up a load to refill the next train, and that means we're now refilling it. So I'm happy with that. Next question. Copper, probably the same sort of thing there. What are you? You're not rare metals, but yeah, no, that's basically okay. Green belts down here. Now that's a an immersium plate shortage problem. We're not bringing the immersium plates through fast enough, or at least if we are now, we're turning all of those immersium plates into green belts, which we're then turning into purple belts. So that's why this isn't recovering. But once we that's just a case of filling the buffers back up now that we have a hopefully healthy supply of immersium. Rocket fuel we don't care about. Over here, advanced science. Well, we're not actually measuring those because we're not storing them anywhere. So having them on the graphometron here is a little silly. I think they were added in, and then it turned out we weren't actually going to cache them anywhere because they're just being fed straight into the machine straight into the lab. So yeah. Enriched vulcanite being a bit low is an interesting one. Let's check into that by going up into space, and then over to the Agneus spaceship area, which is here. This looks like more than plenty of enriched vulcanite. Okay, this warehouse this warehouse here isn't very full, but this one is completely full. We've got 25,000 of it. That makes me think maybe the numbers aren't quite right down on the ground. Let's go and have another quick look at those. If put me back where I was looking at, that would be helpful. I suppose because I was in map mode, so I do know why. So yeah, that fits actually. So we've got the 50%. We've got the one warehouse coming up to about here, and then a second warehouse up to here. So we do have storage for that much. So I'm kind of happy to leave that as is and just let it fill up. But as you notice, it is still green, implying there is actually not a problem there. All the catalogues seem to be pretty good, except for Deep Space 3 and 4, which aren't being measured because they only sit on belts, that we don't have any storage for those. Cryonite is having a bit of a flicker up here, so presumably that means there is a spaceship actively unloading and also a train actively loading at the same time. So depending on which one of those runs out first, the light will go one way or the other, but that's basically fine. We're happy with that. All of these resources are great. Vita extract is a bit low, and Vitalic reagent is it's in the green, but it's only at about 60% or so. So those two, especially that one, the Vitalic extract, is a little bit of a concern. So if we nip back up into orbit and we have a look at the big grid area over here. I mean, yeah, to be fair, there is no Vita extract in the system over here. The trains do appear to be asking for it, so there's a bit of a problem there. We're also a little bit short on the bioscrubbers and something else, which is, presumably that'll be the Vitalic reagent in one of these. So we're a little bit short of those things over here, and possibly a bit short of Vitalic acid. It's sort of hard to tell.
Ship is 2 minutes out.
Yeah, I was going to say, I expect there's a ship on its way over here because I've been looking at it and seeing it in movement quite a bit. So it's probably going to arrive very, very soon. In fact, let's have a look and see what it's got on it. There is a big grid ship. There it is. And Marc said it's 2 minutes away. He's spot on. Well, 1 minute 30. Things are funny. And then in here, well, it looks like it's just full of trash. But no, there is actually some good stuff in there as well. That's interesting. I thought when you I thought the icons that showed up on a warehouse showed you the four things there were the most of in there, but perhaps they show you the first four things, which would be wood, stone, coal, and yeah, it shows the first four things in there, not the four that there's most of. That is interesting. That is different to how I expected it to be, or different to how I thought it was. So. Yes, despite these just showing lots and lots of junk, we actually do have almost 12,000, about 12,000 Vitamelange extract, and a similar amount of Vitalic reagent, and other things that we need besides as well. Additionally, so yeah, looks pretty good. This will arrive in orbit in 2 minutes, where it'll then unload, and we'll have plenty of all of that sort of stuff. So that's looking really healthy. He just needs to bring it over, and then it'll all get taken away to be made into modules. But you know, the theory's good. The heart is in the right place, and all that sort of thing. I did notice when I last looked down here, we had some immersium plate. That has now gone. We seem to have a big immersium plate shortage, and that's something I've been working on. So we have the immersium and immersite products coming in. But unfortunately, oh, actually, look, here, a spaceship has landed, and it's got a load of immersium plates on it, about 11,000 of them. So system seems to be basically working. We're just having a issue with filling up. I want to say it's just an issue with filling up buffers. I don't know if I can say that honestly and with a straight face, but we are.
I just adjusted the request numbers for immersium plates and crystals, and also some of the bio stuff.
Oh, okay, because we've got so much more storage space available over here now. presumably.
Yeah, exactly.
This way. These 2 boxes aren't linked in. Let's add cables in for those. There we go. Now we'll count whatever's in those. I thought when I was editing the video, I was looking at it, and I thought some of them didn't look quite right, but because the icons were turned on and I couldn't switch alt mode on and off from inside my video editor, I wasn't quite sure. But yeah, that shows that there was an issue there. That is a lot of loaders. That's going to play havoc with our UPS, but never mind. It's still useful. Right.
I was thinking that might be better with inserters instead.
Ah well. So we can now chuck, lots of we've got a decent amount of resource on this ship. We can chuck it through here. The other spaceship, which one are you? Are you the Taras 1 or the Taras 2? You are the Taras 1. So let's find the Taras 2, see what that's up to. Presumably filling up? Yeah, that makes sense. If one is emptying, then the other one's probably filling up, because in theory, I feel like they should swap back and forth relatively neatly. Yeah, there is basically enough in these warehouses to completely fill the spaceship. And now that another train's worth is arriving, this spaceship will definitely just fill straight up as fast as it possibly can and then depart. So yeah, as long as we keep the rate like this, then we should have the ships basically swapping back and forth just quite nice and evenly. So that's pretty nice. We can empty out as much of the mineral water as we can, but this tank's basically full, so it's not going to be a great deal of it. But this seems to be trucking through quite nicely. We are shipping through a healthy quantity of everything we need. I think it's just going to be a case of waiting for buffers to fill up. Let's have a look at the production graphs, because that's always a good way to tell how things are going. That's not where you type. That's not what you type in there, Laurence. I want the immersium plate, which is that one and that one, and then we probably care about it over the last 10 hours, maybe. So our production has been fairly steady for the last 3.5, 4 hours. It's been a bit uppy downy, but basically it's been at about 1.6 thousand per minute. Consumption over here has been, again, fairly all over the place. I would hazard this is about the average, which is probably about 1.6. Yeah, so okay, let's look at the last hour, because that's what see how we're going. We've seen some flat spots here, so that makes me think we probably ran out. And then here we're running through at about 880 per minute. I think, and these numbers sort of suggest that we've got enough, in that we're seeing quite a lot more being made than consumed. However, I am a bit worried, or I have concerns that it's because we're either not transporting it fast enough, or because we're not able to fill up the buffers. There's somewhere that's getting neglected. I feel like just because the production consumption numbers say we've got enough, I'm not sure I fully trust it. I want to see this station fill up. I want to see a train park here before I'm convinced that we're okay. Yeah, I hope we're filling buffers, Doopy. However, I have a concern that we might be filling buffers in one particular area and not and not supplying other areas with as much as they need. So, for example, I think one of the first places that gets supplied is just over here, because it's really nearby, and this is used for the material science and making the material testing packs. So it gets through a huge amount of it. But actually, this station has gone red, so this one is satisfied. The question is basically, well, the first question is, where is the train? It's probably gone down to Norvis and is unloading down there. It's on its way back up again. On its way back over again now. So, yeah, the big question is, how many crystal drops are there? And when it goes down to Norvis, how well are we supplying down on the ground with immersium stuff? Let's have a look, in fact, because we can do that. We know that here, yes. Here we go. Okay, so interestingly, we now have enough immersium plate on the ground. We're a bit short of crystal still, but we have enough plate, so that's quite impressive. I thought there were problems there, so that then implies that we have a healthy supply of healthy supply of immersium plate coming along here, along the mighty red belt, and being fed up into here to make these cogs. The cogs can then come around here, where they can be then used to make the green and the purple. They can be used to make the purple belts, but they're also coming along here, where they're being used to make the green ones, and they're probably going to other places as well. Yes, they're also potentially being brought over here to make the advanced construction buildings, and up here to make superior inserters. So we're getting through. There are a lot of things that require the immersium gears, which is why we're making them in large quantities. But pumping them through like this, we do seem to be doing pretty well at making the green belts, which granted are immediately being turned into purple belts. But we'll get there, I guess. We'll have made enough purple belts as long as they stop going around the factory upgrading things. And then once we've made enough purple belts, or more specifically, once we've made enough purple underground belts, that seems to be the one that's running at the moment, then we can fill up with green belts down here. Once that's filled up, then we'll have opportunity for these to fill up. And yeah, I think things are going pretty well over here. We finally seem to have enough immersium to keep this part of the factory running. It's not quite enough for it to show. Actually, no, it's showing up on the graph over here again now. So yeah, maybe that's okay. So that does suggest that our only serious problem is the quantum processors. Let's have another look at those, see how they're getting. Have we got any advanced science packs through yet? No. Where am I looking? Have we had any of the cards? No. Have we had any quantum processors over here? No. Right. So yeah, the quantum processors are still the problem, TM. The question is, do we have
the problem? The problem is I'm going number blind. I was just comparing a number to itself and then going, oh, "Those are the same." First really excited, then really confused, then asking for a double check, then going, "Oh, hang on, no, it's comparing a number to itself."
If x equals x, then
it was the x-axis as well. I was so confused.
I'm reminded of the traditional programming error of only putting a single equals in a comparison, and then finding that it always seems to be correct for some reason, or it always seems to be accurate.
Yeah. Dear. Yes, that's.
Oh dear, this is the wrong place. Why has it stopped?
I
stopped.
think it's T-hook. Do you want me to? Do you know which one I mean? Do you want me to send you a screenshot?
If you can send me a screenshot anyway, because memory. Because once I'm two glyphs on from that.
Yeah. Okay. I can. I'm building the entire address as I go. I can just send you the updated address.
Yeah, if you send me the full thing each time, then
there's a 2 glyph minimum. I mean, drink minimum. I don't know what I mean. Maybe drinking would help actually with this puzzle.
You know what? Because Laurence isn't suffering enough, I'm going to stick this in our K2SE Discord conversation. Sucks to be you all. Sorry.
Yep, I can see why you call it a T-hook. So yes, we have. It looks like I think the holmium cable flow is interrupted because this looks like all the machines refilling again. However, it's now got to the. What's one more than a penultimate, or one less than a penultimate rather?
Into ultra penultimate or something like that. There is a term for it.
Okay, we've got to the ultra penultimate machine along here, which is now, which is good because there was only about 3 in beforehand. Anti penultimate says regular. That sounds more right because I know anti is a thing that means before. So yes, like anti meridian. So yes, this is working now with this many machines, 8 machines, which is the most. I think this is the most I've ever seen it working with. We have oh dear. We've now just run out of holmium cables again. And there isn't a train here unloading. So presumably that means there is a shortage on the ground still. Actually, not supposedly not. Looking over here. Why are you what? Oh. Duh. Right, I copied this station from over here and didn't think about renaming it. So you should actually be bulk holmium cable weight, and you should be going to yeah, you should be going there actually, but we'll sort that out in a moment. Bulk holmium cable weight in the middle of there, just like that, and then go to pickup. Yeah, facepalm is about right. Okay, now, artist formerly known as Persistent. Well, yes, YouTube sounds like a better option in that case. Right, so that caused some problems there. However, I don't know where the other train is. Oh, yes, I do. The other train will have been working fine because this station here has a train limit of 1. So does this one. So when the train pulled in here, when the other train pulled in here, the other one just kept working. So so it was the system was still working, but it was down to one train because one of them had been kidnapped. So yes, I shall now wait a moment down here for the other train to come through, and then tell that one to do a Holmium wait on the way through as well. Just because I don't want it to jam up. That would be embarrassing, unfortunate, and just generally bad. Come on, train. Where are you? Where are you? Why am I on the wrong side of the world again? Come on, train. Here, train. I guess unloading takes a bit longer in space than it does on the ground because you have to use the space loaders. I mean, we could upgrade to deep space loaders. That would be a thing we certainly could do, TM. Okay, this one's unloading, so it must have already gone, and I just missed it due to, impatience and stuff. This doesn't come through. Come on. How far does it have to go? It does have to travel quite a long way between the two, I guess, so maybe that's part of the reason it's taking a while. Oh yeah, that's a good idea, Doopy. Yes, I should do that. Oh no, he's regularly did say it. You're quite right. I see where he said it. I don't want to leave here because the train will come through, and then I'll go. Where's the blah? There's the train. Ooh, this warehouse is full. Gosh. So that seems to have fixed things. Right, it's you, isn't it? Yes, it is you. So you, I want you to also go to bulk Holmium cable weight. But I want you to do it then, because then you can actually can. There we go. Both the trains modified. Right, let's go and have a look at the splitters over here as regular and then Doopy suggested. So over here, yes, I would like you to be. I'd like to be in NavSat mode. I would like you to out-prioritize to the left. I would like you to be out-prioritized to the right. So yeah, so the solenoids still get priority, but when a train comes through and picks up, we can chuck them through here at a rate of knots. I think I might have overdone the upgrading. Well, I think I might have upgraded further than is necessary right now. However, I don't see that as a bad thing. I'm very happy to have the system be slightly more effective, run slightly faster than I actually need it to right now. I'm surprised we haven't had one of these trains. Oh, I was going to say, I was surprised we haven't had one of these trains depart, and then one did. So now this one will pull in here. It'll load at 8 green belts, and then this will load at 4 purple belts, which is slightly slower than 8 green belts, I think. So this should drop slowly, but it will easily... the amount of the buffer in the warehouse will easily be enough to fill the train up. And it'll be interesting to see how the system struggles up here, what it struggles with, more specifically.
Mike, you've missed out the headless person, headless Charlie Chaplin.
I love the descriptions of these things. So actually, these belts seem to be keeping up, which is interesting. I guess, yeah, because we've got 4 purple belts coming out, but they're not full, and 1 purple belt going in. So we could produce, in theory, 2 solid purple belts, I think, with 1 belt of plastic, plus an additional 56%. So 3, yeah, we can produce just over 3 solid purple belts out with 1 purple belt of plastic coming in. And they're short of inputs. I assume it's this one. I assume we're just not making. Yeah, we're not making those fast enough. And so I need to module insert and upgrade the upgrade. Yes, exactly. Upgrade the plate chopper. That needs to be upgraded. So I need to replace those with. I want to double the speed. Do I just want to double the speed? So that'd be 100. Yeah, tier 3 is probably sufficient.
Those Holmium cable trains good for fuel?
I hope so.
Because I noticed the Norvis Orbit train was out of fuel and then it vanished. The alert vanished.
Oh.
Yeah, that's worth checking on.
There's no sad trains down here. Let's have a look. Then they are not being fueled on the ground, as you'd expect. It's in the energy science area, so I think there's fueling for everything around there. Yes, they are being fueled. Or batteries, rather. Yes. I guess we probably have seen the problem by now if they weren't. But yeah, no, it's certainly worth checking. All right, so yes, these guys, this guy in particular needs upgrading. So I can do module insert like that, and I honestly think the tier 3 modules they're going to take it up to 2.5 times its previous speed. I think that's going to be plenty. But if not, I can always upgrade them further. And at that point, we may find that the rate the plastic's coming in is no longer sufficient. But if so, c'est la vie, to be honest. I don't think I care. I think this system is fast. I mean, you'll notice it is now finished, and the warehouse down here has filled up again, despite the fact that I think both trains have. No, I don't have any evidence to say both trains are gone. At least we've filled up at least one train, and before the other one has come back, we've refilled the warehouse down here. So I think we're good now. As long as the holmium keeps up and the plastic supply keeps up, which I have no reason to doubt, then I think we should be absolutely fine. 007 off. That's James Bond's slightly more secret.
Expecting that, because we're correcting any potential errors as we go, and the way I'm working it out has a distance variation calculation. Oh, there we go. I can predict how far off I think it should be in advance, and then if that's close, that's a good indicator that we're still on the same track.
Yep, that makes sense.
So we're checking several different things about it every single time.
Yeah, so so basically every time you do a scan, you have a predicted idea at least of basically where it's going to be, and so you're not just, it's not just stabs in the dark. They are all sort of, it's not even just an I want to know where this random position is. It's more of a I'm expecting this position to be here. Let's find out how much the spherical weirdness has meant I'm out by.
0.008. So let me just check I typed that in right.
That's a big difference from what you're expecting.
So the first thing I'm looking for, yep, there we are. I've typed in one of the numbers wrong. I'm tired.
Can you not copy paste?
Different computer.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
I'm on a different computer, so no, I cannot.
So one can copy paste, Mike cannot.
Yes, it's like that bit in Friends, isn't it, where Rachel's trying to fit something to trying to fit a baby safing device to a cupboard or something like that, and Joey comes over and says, "Here, let me do that for you," and then she says, "Are you saying that women can't do this?" It's women can, you can't. So it's like that. These are all construction pylons because apparently it took too long for bots to get all the way over here, I guess, or somebody wanted to extend the construction area across all of there.
That's 5 zeros. You only promised us 3.
No, that's 4 zeros. And did I not promise you 4 zeros? Yeah, it's 4 zeros. And I promised
1, 2, 3.
Oh, yes.
I promised you 3, but listen.
It's 5 with the leading 0 that I wasn't actually wanting to count.
Yes, the one before the decimal point does not count. You can put as many zeros there as you like. We don't care.
Listen, when we've all done spherical trigonometry calculations in our heads, then we can criticize the number of zeros. Oh, I'm so tired.
Interestingly, despite this construction pylon being here, and therefore this whole area being green, we are not picking up this dropped cargo of a whatever those things are called, the fusion cell, I think. And I only noticed it because the map showed it up, so that was a bit weird. Don't know why that wasn't. I don't know why that wasn't marked for deconstruction when it was from a crashed bot. These ones out here will never get picked up because we don't have construction area out there. And I don't even want to know why bots were flying out over here. I assume somebody parked. Oh no, they'll have been doing a diagonal from down here to up here, or vice versa. Okay, there is a reasonable, a vaguely sensible reason for that. But yeah, they'll never get rescued. Or those bits and pieces they've dropped will never get rescued.
Are you okay for me to do the next one, Tristan?
We're a little short on matter.
I had not been checking. Ooh.
So short that he mattered.
I mean, there's still 5 canisters in every machine.
Yeah.
But yeah, fair enough. And there's a whole bunch on the belt as well. In fairness.
Yeah, there's probably plenty to do the other 2 corners.
Yeah.
I just hadn't started.
There is no matter in the Norbit station to be waiting to be put into a Fenestra ship.
There are 2 spaceships on their way to Norbit.
There's
To
one
Norbit.
Fenestra
There's
ship.
one in orbit, partly loaded, 160 each.
Yeah, there's this one here which is just sat there waiting to engage.
Oh.
I'm gonna hit engage.
There isn't a Fenestra ship parked in Norbit.
No, there's one just leaving the Kalida system.
Okay.
This one
I thought
here is
Marc said there was
also
one
waiting
here.
to engage. There were 2 ships which were just sort of
Oh,
sat there waiting.
Oh,
Oh,
neither of
Yeah,
them
I
engaged.
checked like 10 minutes ago, and then there was a partly loaded ship in Norbit.
okay.
Yeah,
So, currently-
I've upped the matter production rate.
Oh, okay.
This one here
Nice.
is position halfway. No, so it's leaving the Stars Gravity one.
Oh yes, I
Yeah,
see.
it
Down
is.
here, there's some extra, just churning through the iron and going. Yep, we'll make lots of matter down here.
I've
Where's
put
the pipe
speeds
there?
into the consoles for those 2 that didn't leave, which I think makes them actually engage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So,
Yeah,
alright,
already
yeah.
on the other one.
So this is the we are digging up enormous quantities of iron out on Oliran down here, flying it all over to Norvis, where it's then being brought over by train to this area, and then just being dumped into the matter processors to turn straight into matter. So yeah, that's working quite nicely. Are we doing the same with stone from?
Same with stone. Yep.
Same with stone. Oh, yes, another 2 machines. Oh, I see. There's one machine doing iron, one machine doing stone. I see. Yeah. So we're doing the same with the stone that comes from Andragon, with the vague hope that at some point we'll manage to mine up all of everything on Andragon. I mean, we're not going to. We don't know. I don't think we're going to keep the game going for that long. But over here on this planet, we have all these mining patches that Mike set up when he first came out to the planet. And actually, this iron ore one here has been mostly depleted, as has this cryonite. I don't know how small that was beforehand. If they are going down, certainly. And there's a vital land one that's
There's a
nearly empty
couple that
here.
are close, aren't there?
Yeah, and uranium that's nearly gone up there.
They're substantially smaller than the patch size. The miners.
Yes. Now, obviously, they pull up the stuff around the edge first. Sorry, the area around the edge depletes first, because if we take a look at this stone patch here, the bits around the edge, we're seeing sort of 14,000 stone in these areas, and then if you go into the middle of the patch, it's 34,000 stone. They're much, or 43,000. They're much denser in the middle, and the edge. So you always find that the mining drills around the edge run out first, especially as you tend to put in a drill sort of maybe like that, because you've done a line of them. And then the last one ends up only some of its coverage area with resources underneath it, and so that means that the area at the edge will get depleted much quicker. But still, the fact that that means you tend to pull in the outer mining drills run out first, and you're just working on the inner area. And most of the time, you then tend to find the back gets mined up first, because those drills are the ones that run all the time, and the ones at the front only run if you're pulling it through fast enough to that all the drills need to run. But, I mean, yeah, a number of these patches have shrunk significantly. Like this coal patch, for example, there's going to be loads of dead drills around there. The most impressive, I think, is probably this vulcanite patch over here, although, because there's almost nothing left over here. That said, all of the drills are able to get at it, so it's possible that this is the original size of this vital melange patch. This is the size it was when Mike came out here. I suspect it probably isn't, but it could be. Hey, Unfizzy, welcome. And up here, we've got uranium running as well.
The thumb is to try and place it so that the drill has at least one tile over the patch, the edgemost drill.
Okay.
Rule of thumb, obviously it's not a guarantee, but
yeah.
We've had some elevator cable brought down in the dump system.
Huh.
yeah.
The usual reason for something like that to happen is because a ship ended up with too much of it on board for some reason. But we've not been fiddling around with
core
orders.
chunks.
Sorry? Oh, core chunks.
Also some core chunks.
Core chunks is less of a concern. I mean, it shouldn't happen, but it's not a big deal. Just noticing the icon. You can see the icons on the train through the sides of the elevator as the train was going up it. But yeah, we end up not getting through the stuff here as fast as we otherwise might do, because the whole point of this planet is to produce stone, and so we're prioritising feeding the stone and the byproducts of core mining in first, which is what's going on here. And then when we get to when the train gets to something like 75% full of stone, then we start to allow other things to dribble through from this warehouse. And quite
We want to
frequently,
lower that number.
I could do actually. Yeah, all right. But yeah, then in theory, however, then in practice, we often find that whatever is at the end of this warehouse is stone anyway, so you end up with stone going down both of the belts, so you still end up with crazy amounts of stone. So let's set that down from 6,000 to 3,000. Let's really have fun there. So that'll now load. The train will now be loaded up when it gets to. I don't know where I'm looking at along here. I can't see. Oh, okay, over here. It's got 3,600 now. So yeah, there we go. That's now flowing as well. However, because we've been pulling stone through so much, it means the bottom thing in there is stone, and so that's all that's getting pulled through, which means we're not actually getting other stuff through at all. If I could do a negative filter on here, then I would, but to bring through anything but stone, but I can't do that, unfortunately.
What you do temporarily is you block that last inventory slot from being used.
Oh, that's a good idea. So that empties,
first.
and then we'll pull stone from up here, sure. We'll pull coal out, and then now there's more stone coming in.
Coal's out now. Okay. So it's not perfect, but
stop it. There we go. That's what I'm trying to do. So now we'll empty that out, and now we can get rid of some of this cryonite. Maybe. Well, okay, we can get rid of the. No, the train's gone. Yeah, so as you say, it's not perfect, but it sort of works. Also, I now have somehow dumped an enormous quantity of stone on the floor around it, which I'm pretty sure is something you shouldn't really be able to do through the navsat. But I guess that's just programming impracticalities or something.
Yeah, and that'll probably stay there forever because I don't think there's a bot network out there.
Doesn't seem to be. Oh, no, that's a module. That's a beacon. Sorry, no, I don't think there is. This area was obviously just handcrafted, should we say?
Yep. Artisanally made by the best.
Yeah, I've played with the mod for adding for automatically marking unneeded mining drills for deconstruction. Yeah, it's a nice one. We're not using it in this playthrough, and because there aren't any bots out here, it wouldn't do anything anyway, so it's sort of irrelevant. Another possibility would be to put superior long inserters in here, filter inserters in here, and filter them to anything other than stone, and have them pass through, because it's doing stone again now. Because there is a lot of stone being fed in here from... Yeah, so we've got stone mines feeding in here as well. We've actually got very, very mixed inputs coming in along here, but there's a lot of stone being dug up because it's a stone planet. So you go and you slap down mines on all of the patches, you're going to be pulling up quite a lot of stone. But you know what? Let's just get rid of this completely. Let's just have that belt enabled all the time. I think we're going to get enough stone through that I don't see it being a problem. And this way we might get some weird and interesting stuff coming through as well. So maybe. No promises. Yeah, and get rid of a little. It's uranium now that's being the interesting thing. We're getting a bit of extra through, and it's filled up.
If you really want to spice, excuse me. If you really want to spice it up, turn around the. In fact, just remove that filter completely.
Oh, this filter. On the one leading from the left warehouse to the right one?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, I could do that. Alright, yeah, that can just chuck through whatever it feels like now. And we've got supply of iron coming through.
You may as well then also remove the condition on the belt.
I've done that already.
No worries.
So, yeah, so we'll see. And it's still going to mostly be stone. If you look at the inputs coming in along here, there's going to be... In fact, there is an actual belt of just stone here, so I think we're gonna see mostly stone coming through, even after fiddling with it. But you know, it might make things a little bit more interesting. However, the ship has gone. The train system is the whole system is full. Nothing else is going to happen here for a while. Ha. That's true. I could sort this warehouse, and then stone would... Well, we'd either then get nothing but stone for approximately forever, or we get other things through... Well, actually, we get just loads and loads of vitamelange, wouldn't we, first? Because that begins with V. Then... Oh, yeah, then uranium. Had to think about that one. Then maybe stone? Yeah, then it'd be stone forever. Then it'd be iron and copper and coal. Oh, no, there'd be imersite in there. No, imersite would come out after the stone. Yeah. So I could sort it, But I don't really want to, because that'd be going from one extreme to the other, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4 zeros and a 9. So a smidge further than the last one of these that I looked at. But in the same sort of ballpark.
Yeah. So the expectation here is that this glyph is the next one that we work out is going to be. This glyph. The words. What are we on? We are testing that one, which is that one, which is. Sorry, mine's melting. That one. Ah, right. 2 7. Yeah. Okay. So we're expecting that the glyph that we come up with next is going to be somewhere between the top and the left corner of the triangle on that line, probably about halfway between the two, slightly nearer the top.
But you're thinking.
Do you need the third corner then?
Sorry, one at a time.
Do you need the third corner then?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So you're expecting it to be very, very close to the line, and therefore one of the difficult ones.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Lovely.
So there's unfortunately a very real chance that this is actually wrong.
But it could just be just over the line on the other side, which I guess you'll find out when you go down to the next level and go, wait, this doesn't add up. It must have been that one instead. So you've narrowed it down to two triangles, I suppose, and possibly even 2 triangles on the next level if you've got the position accurately enough.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to overcommit for the next level, but yes. I mean, the X coordinate is currently plausible. The Y coordinate is not. It would need to have a Y value correct in this third one. But that's okay. That's kind of expected.
I'm not going to drop any down there.
And Z is plausible. So its Y is potentially fractionally off.
All right. Okay. Well, she'll look forward to seeing what you come up with.
Okay.
Are you active? Yes. Okay. So the train, the quantum. I'm looking at the quantum processors again because, as ever, that is the problem. And the train over here is gradually filling up. We're waiting for it to. Well, it's got more than 500 processors in it, so it'll leave as soon as it has 5 seconds of inactivity. However, we are actually making quantum processors at a steady rate, and we haven't had a crisis for a while. We seem to actually have enough cables at the moment. I know. It'll probably change fairly soon, but that means we are then going to keep them running until this train is actually full of processors, which is only another 80 per side, so 160. A bit less than 160. Another 100. That sort of number, and then this train will go off to energy extras drop, which is the energy science drop-off area up here. Where it'll then come over here. It'll see if it needs to unload. It won't unload because we've got red lights on here because we haven't used any quantum processors up here for absolutely ages. The train will then go to quantum processor drop, and I don't know where that is. So let's find that.
There's a bunch of them.
That's what I'm afraid of. Let's find out where those are. Is what I actually meant. Blimey, that's a lot of stations. Quantum processor drop. There are 6 of them. Jeez. So that one, which looks like it's on the bus. There's that one, which is for that looks like the area where we're making the modules. But all the stations in there are red or purple. But all the stations over here are red or purple as well. So I don't think either of those are going to get it. That one, I don't know which one of these it is. Maybe it's that one. Maybe it's that one. It's probably somewhere in the middle. Over here, this is. Oh, this is for making. This is the area where we're making. This is the cloud storage area, so that's probably for making one of the probe type things. Then this is the one that we actually wanted to go to, in order to make the science packs. And then this one is. This is top of biology, and that is also waiting for a train, I think. So that's probably going to be closer. It'll be mildly interesting to see which one it goes to first. It'll be the one it'll be the open station that's closest to here. And that's probably going to be down here if this one is open. You know, let's turn the station names on so I can actually see what I'm looking for. There's one down. No, it's further down than this. Quantum processor. That one's red, so it's not going to come here. Good. It might come here. Yeah, because this is. a little bit short. So they're going to be brought here, which is a bit unfortunate because I'd rather they went to the specific place I wanted them to go to. So it's probably going to go up here, I think. Yes, that vertical distance is less than that horizontal. Is quite a lot less than that horizontal distance, and that's then not including this bit where it comes down and back up again. So yeah, unfortunately, when it fills up, it's going to come up here, drop them. Well, it's going to go here, then up here, drop them all off, and then come back down here to fill up again. Probably going via the ground just to make things worse. However, the slow part of the process is not the train moving around. It's actually making the quantum processors. In fact, it's gone now. So it's presumably it's over here. Yes, there we go. Stopped here. It's not doing anything. It's going to go in a moment, presumably. There we go. 5 seconds of inactivity. Leaves like that. I believe it's going to predict it's going to come up here. Oh no, that's gone purple. Oh, that's because the train's on its way there. Right, yes. So the train, I predict the train's going to head across here and then go up there and go and drop them all off here, and I'm going to grumble a little bit. Yes, there it goes. Was that the right train? I think it was. Yes, it was. So it's going to come up here and unload up here, which is a bit of a shame. However, hopefully that'll be enough. This station will then go red or purple. Whatever, a different colour, and therefore we'll have enough, and next time it'll go to the science area. Yes, something did get damaged, but it was over on Taishikuten. We don't care about Taishikuten anymore because it is a silly place. We've replaced it with Agnea. We couldn't delete the surface because the game won't let us. 04 calling trains. Okay, yeah, was it that obvious and I didn't notice? Quantum processor drop. Now we're down to only 2 of them calling for trains, though, so that's a step in the right direction. This one is... Where are you? Oh, I see, for Deep Space Sciences. Alright, it's going to be at least two more, because this is pretty... this is almost... pretty sure this is going to be closer than that one. So... I mean, we're getting closer. Yes, I could do some sort of priority tweak, but I'd like us to have enough that I just don't need to. That is probably unrealistic, but it's what I would like. We're up to 210 in here now. I think we're holding 1,000 in the train, so it's a fifth of the way to the next train being ready, and I think the train's about to arrive because the signals have changed colour. Yes, here it comes. Zoop. So yeah, we're about a fifth of the way to the train being ready to leave again. So I'm going to fill up like 2 of these, I think, and 2 and a bit. So yeah, I'm once again, I'm at this point, I'm now cautiously optimistic. Things seem to be working quite nicely. Each time I've looked over here, there has been a decent amount of holmium cable available. I haven't seen any gaps on this belt. Famous last words, I know, but I haven't... Yeah, we've got a train unloading up here at the moment. Things seem to be pretty good on the holmium cable front now after those speed upgrades I put in. This seems to be working. And I hope that we're going to be producing the quantum processors at a sufficient rate that we're now going to be... We're going to be making them fast enough that we can do all of the sciencing that we want to do. We just need to take a train load over to the Deep Space Science. Then hopefully... we won't need to take another train load over to Deep Space Science. We'll be able to do something else instead. But yeah, it is very, very tempting to just hijack this train and tell it to go over to the Advanced Science area first. I think I might do that actually because it's currently the problem. So what if I can't put in a temporary next station without the train departing? I could. I could tell it to go here and then jump back to the quantum processor pickup stones. But yeah, let's do that because it'll save me watching it and forgetting about it. So I'm going to do that, and then that, and then that, and that. So what I've done here is I've made the train go in a big loop round back to the quantum processor station in order to allow me to place a temporary station over here. The train will then go to over here once it finishes loading up, and because it's loading so slowly, or the processes are being made so slowly rather, that isn't going to have affected how long the train sits here for. So that means that we'll now wait for the train to fill up completely. Then it'll come over here. It'll drop off the quantum processors here. This quantum processor drop, and then after that, then it'll return to its normal sort of pattern, which means it'll do the deep space science first, and then it'll do the advanced science over here. Probably what I should be doing is putting in another. Closing that. Probably what I should be doing is putting in another copy of this with another set of belts feeding it. That's, I don't know where, maybe over here or something. So we've got them being made in two places, and then feeding the produced quantum processors down here, down some belt, and sending them into the train as well, wherever it is here. Because this clearly is not. This is insufficient. However, if I do that, then I'm just going to start having shortages of holmium cables again, and that's going to cause all kinds of problems. So I think it's. Oh, yes, you're right, regular. Oh, damn it. Yes, quite right. I put that in the wrong place. I don't blame Tristan and his complicated systems.
With the barrels for getting rid of the oil products that come from other places, they're requested via blue chest to the oil area, and the empty barrels are taken away by purple chest. And the time it takes for the machine to empty the barrels is sufficient that the bot drops the stuff in the blue chest, flies towards the roboport, everything ends up in the purple chest, it goes and collects it. So it's the same bot dropping off the full barrels and collecting the empty barrels.
Right. Okay.
Amused me.
Yeah. Alright, so about 2/3 of the way through filling that up. And so that will now, as we say, it'll take the scenic route. It'll go via the science area up here. That's a lot of stations. It'll go via the science area up here, but then it'll go over here. It'll drop off those quantum processors, then it'll come back over here. Yeah, the train is doing too much, but that seems to be... We're sort of stuck with that due to legacy systems.
It's not doing too much, though, because it doesn't matter because of the production rate of the processors.
But it sort of feels excessively complex. Yes, blows up a lot. We are indeed all looking very excited about the expansion and looking forward to it. It's I think someone told me earlier how many streams it was going to be until the next one came. Until the expansion comes out. I think it's something like 16 or something like that. So I'm going to have to think of something to do for about 16 streams. Now, I've had one or two ideas, but I don't know what we're going to be able to, what I'm going to be able to squeeze in. My original idea of Ruth's first factory has fallen through, unfortunately, because she decided that getting a new dog was more important, and that's taking up all of her time, or at least is not going to be conducive to actually, playing games and things. So, 14 apparently. Okay, thank you. So maybe I'll try and find someone else. We shall see. The problem is, I suspect most of my friends either play Factorio or don't want to play Factorio. So we'll have to see what I can do. Whether I can dupe one of them into playing it.
Okay, I've actually worked out the next one. The other option, perish the thought, doesn't have to necessarily be someone new to the game learn it. True. You could do some other kind of funny or palette. So I would advise a palette cleanser. You've done.
Yes, I mean we've been playing Space Exploration. We've been playing K2SE for basically 2 years now. Yes.
Yeah. And before that, you did
SE 0.5.
Just SE 0.5 solo for a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
And for about a year and a half, you also concurrently, as that SE 0.5 solo, you did a multiplayer.
Revolution.
With myself, Tristan, Al, and
Laurence,
that was it. So I was just thinking, who's the fourth person? It's really embarrassing. You forget the least important person. Laurence, yes. The four of us did that.
Yeah, it's only got my name on the channel.
Yeah, no one reads that. So yeah, that's been a lot of big chunky series.
Mm.
Something like the Factorio, which was half a dozen over it's over a longer time period, sure, but it was half a dozen streams.
And another possibility is to do a month or two of lots and lots of supporter streams. Because there's no reason why a supporter stream has to be a weekend one. It could be a sort of standard Monday stream. We could just have anyone who wants to play could join in. So, or any supporter who wants to play could join in, and that could be some of the sort of the things. Yes, about the sort of the Factorio size. So we're not talking the massive conversions like space exploration, but also and probably not Ultra Cube. I think that feels like it would be a better single player one than multiplayer one. But then also something a little bit bigger than vanilla, or perhaps doing a number of things. Like we could do over a couple of sessions. We could have another go at the not the lazy spoon, because we've done the lazy, but at least the spoon run again. So yeah, there are definitely other possibilities in there. I do quite like the idea of doing somebody's first factory. So if I can find someone else, then I would quite like to do that. However, it requires me to find a Factorio newbie, which is apparently tricky.
Yeah.
Everyone's played it at this point.
Yeah, it would be good fun, definitely, for you to find someone to do that. I might have to shelve that for a moment. The other sort of really almost heretical idea is to ask chat which of a handful of different games they want you to play.
True, yeah, and that's getting other people's opinions is certainly
such as learning Phasmophobia, for example. Not that I'm really encouraging you in that direction.
Yeah, and that actually, Phasmophobia does sound like it sound like it could be good fun. So yeah, that's certainly a possibility. But yeah, we're not good enough at D&D to do a D&D stream, Doopy. It wouldn't be interesting enough.
Yeah.
Sophia suggests more manhunts. I mean, we do need to do some more manhunts, certainly at some point. I certainly want to do that. I tried my Minecraft at one point, blows up a lot, and nobody watched it. It turns out nobody is interested in watching me playing Minecraft. I have a larger following now than I did before. Also, I didn't like Minecraft very much, that might have been part of the reason that people weren't watching, because and however, it is worth saying that we did play an overly complicated mod pack for it. So with something a bit smaller and more sensible, things might have gone better. It might have been more interesting. I might have had more people watching. Also, now there are more people watch the channel in general. So if I did it all again now, then it might go better. However, I don't think I want to. I think I don't want to play more Minecraft. Basically, I don't want to play Minecraft.
I was going to say, I don't think you should do Minecraft, purely because you didn't enjoy it.
Yes.
And everything else aside, you need to enjoy it. Otherwise, it's just not the same.
Yeah, I agree. I think yes, a streamer who isn't enjoying the game they're streaming is. I mean, to an extent, there might be a little bit of sort of Schadenfreude or amusement from it because they're being sort of gradually tortured. But it's not. But that's sort of maybe that works for one stream. I think longer than that, it's just not. Yeah, it's not going to be particularly interesting.
There's a difference between being tortured and being grumpy.
Yeah, true.
About the game.
Yeah, yes, I suppose, yes, unlocking, doing Arcospheres for the first time, that was probably, there's a chance I was a little bit grumpy about that, but it was in a sort of, there's a chance I've been tortured by that, but I wasn't grumpy about it because it was interesting, and I was sort of enjoying it. But yeah, the Minecraft, times I was certainly a little bit grumpy. So yes, we won't be playing Minecraft, it doesn't agree with me.
Yeah, that's okay, that's how it goes. But I mean, yeah, I would encourage you to do a short palate cleanser.
Yeah.
He says, emphasizing short.
Also, Sophia seems to be offering me his wife, so that could work.
Nothing you're going to get every day, let's be honest.
Persistent wants me to play Fortnite. I'm far too old to play a game like Fortnite.
I think that would genuinely be hilarious.
It probably would. It would probably be. Yeah, it's one of those things that maybe for sort of an hour or so it might be entertaining, just watching me being really, really bad at it.
It's the bit where you're getting cross because someone's built a structurally not sound building.
Have you seen my satisfactory constructions? I couldn't be that hypocritical.
I have not. I'm afraid I'm not normally available on Satisfactory days.
They're all available as VODs, and the advantage of a VOD is you can watch it at double speed if you want to. I'm not encouraging this or anything.
I spent my entire week this week trying to solve this blasted puzzle so we can end this run of 2 years.
Okay, this week I will accept that you have a good excuse.
This past month, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
all
been
right.
going for a long time.
It has been going
Okay,
on for quite a while, actually. Ooh, that's a smaller number. I'm
That's
impressed.
quite good.
That is very
what number
good.
are we on? Number 6.
No, Met Bar. I think it's the wrong sort of bad at D&D. I mean, for a group of thespians, we're not actually that amazing at improv. Probably because we're used to having a script and a score and so on. So when someone expects us to make up our own, when we're trying to plot things ourselves, it's, I don't know. I certainly struggle with improv. Put it that way. And so yeah, I think
D&D strikes me as a game. Actually, yes, it strikes me. It is a game which relies on the team, and by that I mean you've got to have a composition of people who, and I don't mean the characters play. I mean the individuals, the players themselves, who gel just right. It's one of those games where the magic is in setting it up. The execution then basically goes off those starting parameters. If you've got a good group that works well together as players, not necessarily as characters, then you're going to have fun. It's going to go well. If you have, the classic example is you've got somebody who wants to micromanage the entire team, and almost play it as a single player game, but with their mates. And then you've got someone sat next to them who wants to do, all 5 of you for the sake of argument, as barely even working together. It's all.
Yeah, basically, you need to have a DM who manages to keep the story flowing nicely, and you need to have players who also keep the story flowing nicely, and they're not sort of sitting around going and also you want them to be sort of entertaining in and of themselves as well. So you need them to be acting, maybe potentially doing the voices, doing the getting into character, and keeping a nice healthy stream of description and banter and so on going in order to keep it interesting. Yes. I do actually have Lovers in a Dangerous Space-Time Sphere. It's in my Steam library, and I think somebody got it for me, and I can't remember who. But yeah, we probably should play that at some point, given that it's in there. And I just need to check on what it is and so on. And
if someone got it for you, it's probably me. Given it was probably for Christmas or birthday, and
that is also quite possible. So yeah, that is possibly a good idea to play that. I suspect watching me playing City Skylines would not be. Oh, it was. No, Sophia says it was him.
Okay, it wasn't a birthday present thing then.
Who knows? It was apparently a present, and I've neglected it. So I'm very, very sorry. I suspect watching me play City Skylines wouldn't be enormously interesting. I mean, that's just a gut feeling. I could be wrong about that, but I suspect it probably wouldn't be fantastic. I think I want to chuck some speed modules in these. I wonder if I can just do it like this, or will I need to... Oh, I can. Oh yeah, speed triggers, that'll do nicely. Okay, so there's a general request for more co-op, and specifically mentioning the three of you three guys. So congratulations, you've made friends with chat, or at least with regular. And yeah, I think we are a bunch. We seem to play quite well together. So
I've always said that regular is a man of excellent taste.
No comment.
I have seen that. I saw recently there's a game called Chained Together, which looked interesting.
Oh, we're going to kill each other.
Yeah.
Oh,
literally.
Is that
Chaos.
one of those sort of? Is that a bit like sort of Gang Beasts, but perhaps more cooperative? But it's the same sort of concept of being a bit ludicrous and grabbing on and things being grabbed and so on.
Yeah, you're basically trying to. It's climb the tower, but you're all chained together.
Is it as torturous as that game? I forget what it's called. The guy in a cauldron with a massive hammer trying to climb things.
I don't know. I've not played it.
Okay. I've not played either of them, but I'm loosely familiar with the one with the mountain climber in the cauldron, but that I can't remember the name of. In that I've seen it mentioned as being just. I've seen videos of people playing it, and it's been sort of described as being horrendous and ridiculous and other such things. Ooh, that's a very, very small number, Mike.
Thank you. I am sadly used to small numbers.
I do have Surgeon Stimulator. Give that a try, maybe.
Please.
I don't know. I might get demonetized for excessive blood. Getting over it. That's the one. Yes. Thank you, Topaz and Doopy. Persistent says we should play Pico Park instead of Chained Together. She's not said
I was,
why.
I was,
but,
I was going to say Persistent. I know Pico Park, and no. Laurence would not survive. To give you an idea,
like
Laurence, I'll let you work out what the game is like. It's cooperative, solve the puzzle. I'll let you work out what exactly about it. Marc, Tristan, and I will all be screaming down our microphones at you as you jump down a hole. I'll let you work out why that's a problem.
Usually jumping down holes is a bad idea because they tend to be, in computer games, they tend to be bottomless pits. I'm sort of imagining something like Portal 2 as co-op, where there's a lot of sort of howling at people for doing, or no, trying to convince your partner to put the portal in exactly the right place. Oh, thanks for the subs, Transcape and Lars, much appreciated. I hope you'll stick around. As yes, many despite what we've been saying, many more Factorios will also be happening on this channel. Streaming a board game is certainly a possibility. You start to run into, I think you run into some possible problems there, like camera angles is potentially going to be a problem. You either put a camera above the board or to the side looking at the board and focus on the board so everyone can tell what's going on the board, but then you lose the then you can't see any of the players. You just have a hand coming in every so often. And given that some of my fellow streamers are a little camera shy, maybe that might be what they prefer. But I think you lose a certain amount of the interest there. Alternatively, you have multiple cameras pointing in all kinds of directions, but then you need somebody to control where the cameras are pointing all the time. So, yeah. We've played Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes in real life a few times. That is quite good fun. There's also, if anyone wants to try playing a sort of similar game that's just sort of free and quick and easy, there's a game called Space Team, which is a phone game, which is basically the same sort of idea in that you have each person has on their phone screen a list of things that need to be done and things that they can do. So it basically ends up being a lot of shouting at each other, saying, "I need somebody to vent this or to open that cargo bay door or whatever," and then somebody else is going, which way am I supposed to be pushing it or what, and that sort of thing. So it gets a lot of back and forth and shouting at each other, trying to get somebody else to do the thing that it says quite clearly you need to do on your screen. So yeah, they're both quite good fun. Yes, I need to finish off XCOM 2. That's true. That's a single player one though, so that's slightly different. Yes, I do want to finish that at some point. I don't know why I'm staring at this. I'm tempted. I'm going to send this train off to go to Advanced Science Drops and get rid of those cards that have been loaded in already. That will hopefully be enough to finish off Factory Spaceship 6, and then we can at least finish one research this stream, and that'd be rather nice.
Mike and I have researched many things.
Much science has occurred.
Yeah, but none of it has done anything in the research tree, so it doesn't count.
It's going to end the need for the research tree, therefore it counts double.
But it hasn't done so yet.
Yeah, I give it time. I mean,
right, so we can now get the train here. We can unload lots of different types of cards. Apparently we had shortages of them all, but we have a massive shortage of the quantum. It's not quantum phenomenon data. That's a different one. That's somewhere completely different. I forget where in the factory. But now we can actually start making these damn catalogs. They can come down here, be made into tier 1 science packs that can then run up here to be made into tier 2 science packs that can go over there and be made into actual researches, and that'll be very nice. So what sort of numbers are we going to get here? Let's have a look. So those data cards coming in are going to enable us to make probably one each, isn't it? Yes, we're going to make one from each one of those that comes in, and that's going to allow us to make 6 tier 1 packs. That's quite good. And those are going to come up here, and we're going to use 6 tier 1s to make 8 tier 2s. So actually that's not bad. For every one of those data cards we made, we're going to get 8 tier 2 science packs coming out here. And we then have a research multiplier of 185%. So we're going to be getting 14 researches done for each one of those cards that comes in. So that's not too bad. Quite happy with that. Yes, keep talking is probably is going to be more fun in real life, definitely. I say it requires having the right sort of people around to do the streaming with, who are who want to do it, want to be on camera, want to just generally want to be fully involved, or you just have a sort of a secret hidden people. But I think that would probably be less interesting.
You could do it as they're the people you're on the phone with, and you're in a dark room with the light of the bomb shining at you, and you get flashbanged if it blows up or something.
True. Yeah, and that's possible. At that point, you might as well do it online, though, I think. Yeah, Space Team is quite fun. It doesn't have a huge amount of longevity, but since it's free, it doesn't really matter. It's just quite good fun. Don't seem to have quite enough output space on here. So what I'm going to do is note that these packs are coming along the bottom of the belt. That means I can put a belt in there, and they'll still be in exactly the same place. There won't be any problem from that. And then 2 of these, I can then flip over to the other side. It's been so long. Oh no, was that right? Yes, that was right. Shift L apparently. Put them to go onto the other side of the belt. So we'll get a little bit more. Potentially. Oh no, we've got a splitter in there to take those cards away. That's good. Yeah, Star Trek Bridge Crew is the same sort of thing, and it's a sort of pseudo cooperative. No, sorry, it's a cooperative type. Everyone tries to manage the ship together thing. So yeah, and that's same sort of idea. Oh, we've now backed up along here, but never mind. So here we go. Now we have a healthy stream of the packs coming through here. One of my concerns though is, well, my concerns go in 2 slightly different directions. On the one hand, I'm aware that this channel has basically been built on Factorio, and actually to an extent it's been built on Factorio space exploration. And so I have a little bit of concern that if I play something else, then I'm not going to get the same level of viewers because... Ooh, look, another train full of quantum processors. I'm not going to get the same level of viewers because the people who watch my channel are mostly interested in Factorio, and possibly specifically Factorio space exploration. However, on the other hand, I do want to sort of... more variety. I want to diversify my channel a bit, because if I built the channel completely on Factorio, then if for some reason I stop being able to play Factorio, or I've done enough Factorio and I want to do something else, and the channel's got a bit stale because of it, then it makes it rather difficult to go off and do something else. Whereas if I've got a bit more of a sort of a slightly wider array of things that I play, and therefore potentially a wider array of people who are interested in the things, then potentially that's going to be quite good.
Sorry, Tristan. Sorry. I might have made a mistake.
Okay, I'll turn it back off again for a bit.
Sorry, thank you.
And so that was one of the reasons we started doing the GTA Manhunt stuff, because that was something different. And it is very, very different. The problem is that making the videos for that took a lot more effort, a lot more time and a lot more effort than making the Factorio videos did. And so I didn't. So it. But they got a fraction of the number of views, and so it's sort of from that sort of point of view, it kind of wasn't really worth it. And so which is why, and also the game stopped working for us in certain ways. But basically, a large part of the problem was that it took so much time to make the videos that it was time that I wasn't making Factorio videos, and therefore it didn't seem like the right way to be going, given what what people who watch the channel were interested in. That said, if I'm just streaming it, that's much less of a time investment, and if I put slightly less effort into the videos, then I'll either producing fewer of them and just when I have a bit of extra time, because they were fun, or maybe just doing slightly less effort and having and I did a bit of that towards the end. Actually, I started looking for ways to streamline it a bit and make them a little bit more efficient. So yeah, there was definitely. It was definitely an interesting thing, but even so, I was getting fewer than 100 views typically on a Manhunt video, whereas I was getting 6, 7, 8, 900 views on a Factorio video, and then that's just on a Factorio summary video. If I did a Factorio tutorial video, then those would get typically thousands and meant several thousands. So they were much better uses of my time, it felt. However, the GTA was good fun, and so I do quite want to. I sort of kind of want to do that sort of thing a bit more. Yeah, and Sophia makes a good point. How much chat have I missed? And while I was talking there. Persistent says we do everyone in real life, but anyone who doesn't want to appear on camera has a paper bag over their head with a picture with their profile picture on printed on it.
Yeah, the classic thing is we've banned Tristan from going on camera because he's too good looking. He will embarrass the rest of us.
Well, you know, we are related, so what do you expect?
Yeah, I was really confused when I met you compared to Tristan.
You met me first, but yeah, sure.
I was trying to work out how to comment on that phrasing of it.
Yes. My English is good.
Right now, I'm not Englishing. I am numbering.
All right, I'll let you off then.
Yeah.
Sophia points out that this is a good point to try something a bit different. Do something completely different. Maybe as supporter streams. Take the opportunity to do something a bit different while there's a lull in the Factorioing, and that isn't a bad idea actually. It would be quite a nice rest in a way to not be making the summary videos and just do maybe do an extra stream a week. So I could do a supporter stream on Monday, Satisfactory on Wednesday, and then maybe fit in an XCOM stream or at some other point, and then do some GTA or some Love is in Dangerous Space Time, or any of those sort of things. It's something a bit different, and just see what catches.
Where I'd advise sort of saying, okay, these 4 weeks for the sake of argument, and no more, we're going to do this game, and we're just going to stop wherever we're at, or these 2 weeks, or these time box it to an amount, and then at the end of it, ask chat, what do you think? Was this fun? And obviously, you say, did you have fun?
Yeah, and I think one of the ways of telling how there are multiple successes. One is that I enjoy myself, and that's I mean that's one I quite like to have happen. It's certainly a bonus. The second one is that the supporters enjoy themselves, and that's definitely valuable because I want to say thank you to all the people who've been supporting. That's why we do the supporter streams, because it's a way to say thank you for being there for the channel and helping support it, and I hope you enjoy coming along and playing with us. And then the third factor, which is in some ways is the most important, in some ways is the least important for the sort of specifics of the of what we're trying to do here, is how well it does as a stream. So how many people we get watching the streams. If we do something and suddenly it gets 50 people watching it on average, then that's clear. Then that will clearly be an opportunity to then carry on doing a lot more of that and things like it, because it's clearly something that's very, very successful. Whereas if it gets 5 people watching it, then okay, great. We had a good supporter stream. We probably had a good time. Hopefully, we had a good time. Maybe we'll do it again for the as a sort of supporter thing. But it probably wouldn't become a mainstay of the channel, because I hope to have slightly larger numbers than that to keep the channel running and keep it growing. So yeah, there's all those different factors, I think. Oh, Monaco, that's an interesting idea. I played that once, got very, very confused, and couldn't find a way to learn how to play it, and didn't play it again. But yes, I like the idea. Yeah, that's actually, Marc has a good point, that making tutorial videos for the 2.0 launch would be quite good. The problem with that is I won't have access to any of the 2.0 stuff until it's launched. But after that, I think that's one of the things that would probably be quite good. Would be doing, instead of doing stream and summary videos, doing a stream and tutorial videos. Now that might mean there'd only be one video a week, or one video every other week, or something like that. But it would be. But yeah, those would be very, very valuable videos to be producing, and looking at or videos that are just looking at particular parts of the game. So when I get to Fulgora, whatever the planet's called, for the first time, and get things set up there, then I could talk a bit about that. Or once I've got things set up, once I've played with the new train systems, all those things, I can talk about those.
Okay. Sorry, if I could. So here's what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
That last glyph we did the 3 corners of. So what I'm doing is as a sanity check, one of the sanity checks I'm doing is saying, is the target X, does it have a value higher and a value lower within the 3 that we've tested?
Okay. Yeah.
If the answer is Yeah, exactly. Is it straddled? Is it bracketed? The answer is yes to all three, X, Y, Z. Then you go, okay, fine, happy. This last one, the answer is no for X only.
Okay.
And so do a distance calculation, just X to X, and it's 0.601 different. It's 118 different. So it's
Right.
very, very close. And
So it must be the next one across either the next one across diagonally or the next of the one the same way up across from that.
not necessarily. Remember, we are doing the empirical testing, which has the center of the triangle in the corner.
I see. Right, yes.
And that
You don't,
was glyph 6, which means that actually that variation, on glyph 2, that variation is a tiny percentage of the overall piece. Now we're on glyph 6, it's not trivial anymore.
I assume
Now,
you've gone into. I assume each of these is a fully cornery piece. In fact, I can check this by looking in the informatron. This would have been an appropriate thing to open at this point. Coordinate logs. Zoom in. Yes, you've gone in as cornery as you can. So, but yes, as you say, it's still not actually necessarily right in that. It's not right in the corner. Whichever one it is.
And we know that there is a step off, and we could get out logbook and slide rule and so on and work it out. We're electing not to because, quite frankly, ain't nobody got time for that.
Is the next thing to do going to? Is it off to the left or to the right? Just so I use the right words.
To the left.
Okay. So is the next thing to do to get the most cornery point we can of the triangle one over to the left, and then see where that falls. Oh, also get the top point of the inverted triangle that's in that gap, because that should have. Oh no, I was going to say it should have the same x coordinate. No, because the triangles aren't going to be dead flat on the x-axis, are they? So that won't help. So
here's my thinking. Previously, when I've seen this, I've plugged the numbers in, and it's given me a basically you missed result. However, this time it's giving me a hit, and the glyph is again right on the edge. So we've got two edge ones in quick succession. So what I'd like to do, Tristan, if it's all right with you, obviously, is to start with the left. Do left, then top, then right for this 7th glyph, using the coordinates that I put in Discord. So if we can do left first, if that's okay, because in theory, and it is a theory, I think that we are sat. Yeah, I think that was the right triangle, but I think we are between the edge of the real triangle and the sort of line, because we've been scooting to the corner and not all the way, if that makes sense. So in that sort of dead space.
I see, yes. So when you say this triangle, are you referring to the ones blah 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 TG?
Yep.
No, and then the trident thing.
And then the trident, yes. So
okay, TG trident. Okay, yes. Because I don't see you having done the TG. Oh right, okay. So trident is the next one. Okay.
Yeah, trident's the next one, and then is it trident? I've forgotten already.
It must be the penultimate one.
Trident with legs, or I've got that as
it's a candelabra.
I've nicknamed that the Frenchman, or it could be the celebrating person.
Right. Yes.
Almost all of them have got 2 nicknames in my head, which is fun.
Yeah, so this I'm going to just now, having opened up the informatron and the coordinate logs, which to be honest I should have done ages ago when we were talking about these things, because it would have provided a useful aid to descriptions. So what we're doing here, I'll come back to your Astroneer question in a moment, Blake. But the short answer is yes, but I'll come back to that. So down here, yes, you can see we reckon we're pretty sure on these being the first 3 glyphs, and so these are now looking for. This is the top corner, the very very top corner. So it's the top corner of this triangle, then the top corner of this triangle, top corner of this triangle, all the way in, top corner all the way through. Then this is the bottom left corner, and bottom right corner all the way through. So that gets us as close in to that bottom corner as we can. However, at the very very bottom end, you still have a little bit of offset between, because you always find the middle of the triangle. So you've got the middle of the triangle here, and the actual vertex is down here. So there's always that little bit that you can't quite read into all the way into the corner, and that's what Mike was talking about. However, this gives you a pretty good idea of roughly the size and shape of the triangle, and that's then enabled him to go on to then the next one, which is Hella's helmet, and that would turn out to not be that one. So we've then got the headless Charlie Chaplin, and then here we've repeated that one with the top, left, and right, and apparently gone. Maybe. Oh, and then there's a mistake here. And then we've gone in, okay, so we'll put in the T hook, and then top, left, and right. And so that seems to be right. Then with the G hook, top, left, and right. And this is the one that's being a bit funny, where they're saying that we've got the inner triangle, we've got the triangle that's drawn from the points in the top, bottom left, bottom right, centre triangles at the bottom level, and Mike is saying that he thinks the target position is between that inner triangle and the outer triangle that that is actually described by all the way up to this G thing. So that I think is what he's trying to get at, and that's why it's a little bit funny at this point. And he's presumably going to try and find some way of confirming that, which is going to be interesting.
Yep. So we're going to presume for the moment that. That it is correct, and that hypothesis stands up. However,
it might not be, and we may have to come back and rethink it.
And if that's the case, then what am I going to do? I am going to scream.
Step over. Please mute your mic first.
Yes,
step over to the next triangle, I suppose, is the only thing you can do at that point, because you know it's just off to the left of the inner triangle there. So if it's not inside the strip, then it must be outside the strip. So which means it's in the next one over.
And I can create some vectors to give me a direction, and we then move on to a simplex search, which is the simplex search is a mathematical method within operational research, which is based on triangles actually. Effectively, what you do is you say, "Oh, I need to go in that rough direction." You just keep walking that way, checking every step that you've taken is going in the right direction, and then with the first step you take, which is going the wrong way, with the distance gets longer in this case, you go, "Ooh, it must be somewhere near there." So you then start walking a little circle around it.
I think when we were about 5, we called that hot or colder. Because you keep walking as long as it's going warmer, 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 and then when the person says colder, you know you've got relatively close, and you need to go in a different direction.
Yeah. My lecturers would wince at that, but yes, it's based on the explanation I've given, which is also kind of a bit noddy.
Which corner did you say, Mike? Left.
Sorry, say again. Left first, if that's all right, please. That's the one that it should be closest to, by my reckoning.
I'm trying to see if I can find one of the candelabra. Oh, there we go. There's the candelabra. It's this one down here. That's the one. That's the one that Mike was referring to as the Frenchman or the excited person.
So this should be
casual racism.
0.0. Hang on, how's that? 6 knots? 0.009.
Oh, right. I get it. I wasn't thinking about it before.
I wouldn't call it racist. I mean, it's the French.
Quite.
Okay, right, let's...
There are only 2 things I hate. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures and the Dutch. Unquote. I hope everyone recognises the film that's a quote from, because otherwise I'm now the one who's being racist. Rather than
I just think you're racist.
Okay, fair enough. Everyone's a little bit racist sometimes. Oh, hello, Toporoko. Welcome with the raid. So I shall stop staring at a massive list just as I'm singing about racism. Perfect timing. I shall zoom out of this oversized user interface and look at something else. So. Yes, Austin Powers 3, spot on. Well done, blows up a lot. So yes, hello, welcome. Are you another K2SE player or a Factorio player? Are you doing similar horrible Stargate-related things to what we're doing? Or are you still, or are you just running around with trains in deep space like this and going, oh my god, where are all the science packs? These are all good. Now we've run out of Advanced Science 1. Goodness sake. And we haven't got a huge amount too. So yes, welcome. Pull up a stool, stick around, and lots of things. Planning a space exploration speed run. Okay, so what does that mean? About 200 hours? What do you have? Do you have a target? Are you aiming for? Do you have an idea of roughly how long you expect to take? And how many people have you got working on it with you? 15 hours space exploration speed run. Okay, I mean,
Is this Space Exploration the mod, or Space Exploration is in Factorio 2.0?
That's Space Age, not Space Exploration. So, but you could have been a misspeak.
In fairness, I don't know the difference.
Okay, the current one is 18 hours apparently. That does sound like quite an achievement. Okay, so you've got, I suppose, even going in with blueprints
time to physically mine things. I mean,
yeah, I'm astounded that that space exploration could be completed in 18 hours. Now, granted, I don't play Factorio at high speed. Granted, so I'm not. But even so, it would have taken it. I reckon even if we'd gone for the victory ship, we'd probably have done it in, what do you reckon, 220 hours of game time? Maybe, but that's between 4 of us.
Yeah. I think we probably could have done it in 200.
Yeah.
We could have finished quite a bit earlier if we'd been actively going for that.
True, yes. We could. Oh, and we've got Krastorio² in here as well.
Yeah.
But even so, trying to do knocking that down to a 10, that seems impressive. It seems unrealistic, to be quite honest. But given apparently the current record is 18 hours. Oh, and I suppose if you really plan it, if you go in with blueprints for all of your planets, and you just say, right, on this one we're going to go thump, there we go, that is everything we need, and just try and build stuff up as much as possible, and then build it up as you go, then maybe I could see that being possible. But if you're actually sort of but then I suppose every time I play Space Exploration, it's been my first time through, at least through that version of Space Exploration. So there's been a lot of learning going on as well. Yeah, you could trim a lot of time off. 20 hours seems impressive, crazy, all kinds of other superlatives, But sure, well, good luck. It sounds like a very good. Sounds like a huge challenge. But yeah, I wish you luck with it.
Yeah, good luck.
So you're doing it and doing it in a single session run as well. So 15 hours, jeez. And I thought I did a lazy spoon run a little while ago, and that was, well, it was about 9 hours because we carried on after failing to pick up a couple of other things as well. But yeah, just a 15-hour stream sounds fairly extreme. So what are we up to? Well, I'm personally babying the science a bit at the moment because we keep running out of bits and pieces because we don't have any quantum processors. Much more excitingly, we have Tristan and Mike are over playing with the Stargate and trying to triangulate, shall we say.
We are suffering.
They are suffering, yes. We reckon we are several glyphs into the Stargate. I don't know how do you feel about Stargate related spoilers? This isn't if you haven't solved the puzzle yet and want to solve it on your own, this is probably not a good stream to be in, I'm afraid. But yeah, we are gradually working towards it. They've been looking at lots and lots of numbers over the last month. And we are we're getting fairly close now. We're being we're not brute forcing it, but we are being a little bit empirical in that we are making theories and we're testing them a step at a time rather than our previous approach, which was going, yes, if you go bum 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 bum, that'll be a winning glyph sequence, because that just didn't work. our brains melted. Well, their brains melted mostly.
It is genuinely giving me a headache, is this? There is a reason I don't like to think in 3 dimensions.
Thinking in 3 dimensions is difficult, which is why we play Factorio. And then suddenly we get this dropped on us.
That's why you switch to polar coordinates. Then there's only 2. Because everything's unit vectors.
True.
Persistent says the speedrun claims 18 hours, but they only made 10 hours of video about it. So who knows?
I mean, I'm willing to sort of take people's word for it just generically. If they're claiming that they've got the absolute record and everyone should acknowledge them and give them props, then
yeah. If someone dropped into the Discord and said, "Hey, I completed space exploration in 20 hours," I would say, "Well done." If someone came onto a high score, a speedrun website and said, "I completed Factorio in 18 hours," I would say, "Proof, please."
Exactly. Yes.
The two are very different.
Yeah. What am I doing? I am. Right.
Yeah, true. Yes, you're yes. I'm not worried. I'm not specifically worried about people finding out the specific sequence of glyphs that is or spoiling people with the specific sequence of glyphs that is the answer to the puzzle. What I would feel bad about doing is spoiling how to get to the answer of the puzzle when for someone who hasn't actually who is actually trying to do it themselves and doesn't want to. Yeah. Don't touch it if you don't have doctorate form maths. Well, we have. I think a number of us have done mathematics at uni. I certainly haven't done anything beyond undergrad level, and that was engineering maths, which is fairly specific, and that was years ago. So I'm a little bit hazy on a lot of it. But we've got. I don't know. I like to think we're a reasonably smart bunch, and. We have. I like to. I wouldn't like to say whether it's true or not, but I would like to think we're a reasonably smart bunch. And we are following through a process at the moment, and we are getting closer to the culmination of that process. However, it is entirely possible that our process is completely wrong, and everything we've been trying to work towards, we're going to get there. We're going to get it right in exactly the right place where we're trying to aim for, and it'll go, and we'll go, oh, for goodness sake. And we'll have to completely rethink our strategy. That said, if we do have to rethink our strategy and point it at a different location, at least we've worked out how to do the pointing now. So it might only take us another 2 streams to point it another place.
But is that too much variance?
Do you want the other corner?
Oh yes, please, the other corner. So the point there is that as we're obviously zoning in. So drop the first 5 zeros after the decimal point. It's okay. 168 predicted, 152 actual. That's quite a variation.
It's good. Much over 10%.
Yeah, I'm nervous. Not gonna lie. This last one is going to be the proof of the pudding. If it's the second one that's off, then. Honestly, because the last one be the 8th glyph, we may just give it a whirl and just see what happens. But
yeah,
then we'll have to go back up to the 6th glyph to work it out.
Why are you not running?
Although 5-2.
Quantum phenomenon. What? I didn't know we needed that. Where does that even come? Oh, it comes in along. Oh. We're now not making quantum phenomenon data fast enough to satisfy the quantum processor production, which we need for making the other quantum data. So let's follow this one up. You see, this is what I mean about babying the science. We're going along here and going, okay, this bit failed because this bit isn't doing well enough, and then all the way back up the chain to this point where it turns out that we don't have enough of these laser facilities churning out the quantum phenomenon data because it's only 10 seconds to produce each one, but somehow all of these machines are not enough to keep up with the demand. So we've been having quantum processor problems for several streams now, several weeks, probably more than a month, and I've been going in and doing things, and the problems have been we've not had enough. Originally the problem was we didn't have enough holmium coming through because we had a belt of holmium coming down, it wasn't enough. Holmium plate coming down, it wasn't enough. So I upgraded the belt to holmium ingots and then ploughed a deep space belt through to double the amount of holmium plate available. Then we had problems with the holmium cables, so I upgraded the belts here. Then we had problems with the blue circuits and the immersium crystals, so immersite crystals. So I upgraded those and brought them in a bit quicker, or made sure more of those were being brought up. Then we had problems with the holmium cables again, so I put in another train and again increased the speed that those are being brought up at. Now we're having trouble. This is the first time we've had trouble due to the quantum phenomenon data coming in too slowly, and so that is we've now pushed the problem back to a different one of the resources that we're bringing in, and so now yes, it's time to come up here and drastically increase this. And these are already running tier 3 speed modules. Let's whack them up to tier 6 and probably bacon them as well. I think there's room for bacons in between all these because Tristan's put them so far apart so that he could use the same crossover pipes for the machines above and machines below. But that does mean I can just put in some bacon, so that'll be nice and easy. Let's just do that. How fast are you? You're a tier 3 bacon. Let's use one of this. Can we copy that, please? There we go. So let's have one of them. and we'll put them in up here. So I can put one there, and it'll cover four machines. That's not too bad. So put you in there for those 4, and you in there for those 4, and those 4, and those 3. So that'll get us quite a bit more. I'm not sure how much these beacons boost by, but it's a decent amount. We're getting a speed plus 300%. Now, is that because? So what are these? These are 40% each, and there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 of them. 600. Yeah, so that 300% includes the distribution efficiency. So that's going to pump these up to 4 times their current speed. So that's going to be pretty good, as long as we don't then run out of inputs for them as well. Now, I would hope that the thermofluid was going to be absolutely fine. In fact, it's only cold thermofluid and data cards. That should be absolutely fine. I think we can chuck speed modules of that quite happily. Yes and no. I was just saying to Severe, I think I've sorted out all of the problems with the materials being brought up insufficiently quickly. We now have enough holmium cable being brought up. It's keeping the system happy. However, having enough holmium cable has exposed a different shortage in the system, which is why I'm now chucking in these beacons up here. So we've got one beacon has been placed. We just need the modules to come over and all the rest of them to be placed as well. And then we'll use quite a lot more. Oh, crap. Beacon overload, just what I needed. Yeah, because of these ones up here. What's the best answer here? I could move these down. Are there more beacons further down? There are no more beacons further down, so I could just move these down. Or I could just demolish these and reckon we don't need energy science stuff that quickly. I think the latter is a better idea. Okay, so let's get rid of that and that and that and that, and put these beacons in a bit further down so we don't have that problem. Compact beacons is a possibility. I was about to ask if
beacon overload was you, but then I started listening to what you're saying.
A compact beacon is certainly a possibility. However, they're really inefficient in terms of the number of modules you use. So I think I'm better off just putting this here and then copying that and saying, yes, I would like the tiles as well, please. And then, so that one's those 4. So I know what one for these 4. I'm just putting these beacons along here like this. So it's there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 2, 3, 4 there. Hooray! A beacon to Roboport. Just what I always wanted. Put one in there as well. Right. So we'll now get the. They're not in a line. They're not very. Let's try and do this nicely, shall we? There we go. There we go. So now we can wait for those. Wait for that scaffolding to be placed. Then I can put the beacons in along here. They'll be far enough away that they won't affect these machines, so we won't get the beacon overload, and everything will be happy-ish. Everything will be reasonably cheerful. Yeah, so compact beacons. The downside of compact beacons is, okay, you get 100% module push through from them, so you do get just as much oomph, but you need twice. Given the way this is set up, actually, compact beacons might have been okay. If I put a compact beacon, how compact are they? No, because I can't get both of them. So I'd have ended up using twice as many modules in order to get all of these. So it's better to put them out like this. So the compact beacon, you get twice as much oomph out of the modules, but you can only put half as many in. So for a single machine, a wide area beacon and a compact beacon, whether they're of the same tier, have exactly the same level of effectiveness. But you can cover a lot more machines with a wide area beacon. Which is why I'm using it. Right, so I'll just try and get you in line, just because I might as well. So the one place we've reckoned that compact beacons are actually a good idea. Well, we haven't used them there, but would have been over here, because we could have put in if we put in a compact beacon, if I can even find the blooming thing. here it is. If we put in a compact beacon here, we could get both of the science labs, and therefore we could use put the tier 9 modules in them, and they would be twice as effective against these 2 science labs. However, because we're also using this beacon here for quite a few of these machines down here, it makes more sense to use the wide area beacon and just accept that we're not getting quite as much oomph out of the tier 9 speed modules in there. That said, we found enough of them now that we've nearly filled this beacon, so it's doing pretty well anyway, and we're sciencing faster than we can make the packs, so it's kind of moot. Who's building a spaceship? Oh, we built someone building a victory ship.
No, second Ollie runs ship.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Because I want more matter.
Fair enough. So yeah, generally I think compact beacons aren't worth it unless you want to put a huge amount of focus with some really expensive modules on just a very small number of buildings. Yeah, wide area beacon 2s are certainly a thing I could have used down here, but I was just copy and pasting some other beacons I found. So. Right, so now we've got these machines running at a speed of plus 460% instead of plus 160%. Good. So that means we should now. Well, we are already chucking out quite a lot more of the data cards.
That's Dracket getting damaged.
Okay, thank you. In fact, it looks like that has fixed it. We've now got. Oh, actually, I was looking too far down. No, it hasn't fixed it. We're still very, very short of quantum phenomenon data down here, so we need a lot more of that to be fed through. But yeah, working on it. Oh, there we go. That's a second beacon up and running. Third and fourth still waiting for their modules, but they should be there pretty soon. So yeah, we have significantly more running along the belt now than we did before, so that's promising. There's also obviously more junk as well, but that gets filtered out. That's fine too. There we go. That's another. Is that my third? Yes, that's my third beacon. So we've got nearly all the machines are running at the faster speed now, and I'm pretty optimistic that given that we're going from plus 160 to plus 460, that's basically a tripling of the. No, it's slightly less than tripling as we're going from 260 to 560. So it's about a doubling of the speed. Maybe it's not going to be enough. And we had, I think it probably will be, because we've never had more than about 8 machines running, because we can't bring, because the speed the holmium cables come through on the belt here isn't fast enough to keep more than 8 of them running. So, as usual, cautiously optimistic. I should start putting that on a t-shirt. It seems to be my catchphrase. We're just loading up quite a lot into this particular machine here. It's only got 2 of them. Fair enough. Carrying on putting more in seems fair. Oop, let's let those ones go past. So can I get this one running? And yeah, things seem to be gradually picking up. Just as long as whatever's using the quantum phenomenon data further down doesn't also decide it wants to get greedy. If it does, well, I guess the answer is then we upgrade these to the wide area beacon 2s, as Marc was suggesting, and potentially even put in better modules as well. Glyph testing. Well, Mike is saying that he thinks that the fifth. It's a couple of possibilities. Either the 5th is wrong, or the 6th is wrong.
Yeah. So what I've got is a spreadsheet which calculates. You give it the 3 corners of the triangle, and it calculates every single point on that 64-face triangle, all of the corners, and then it does the X, Y, Z, and then it basically has a distance from every single one of those points to the target vector. And then I just used conditional formatting and said basically the smaller that value, the bolder green it should be.
You didn't just search for the minimum one then?
I could do that. I'd then have to search the ones around it, in fairness. But yeah, I could do that. The conditional formatting highlights it, but then I can also look at the strength of the highlight around it and see how it's going.
It's nice and visible for the user. Like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's user friendly. Now, in this case, the 5th glyph, I've got a nice dark green for the top and left points, but then the right is the same, more or less, as what would then be the right if it was the other triangle upside down. Basically, I've got a line And the two nodes on that line are really bright, but then the two triangles that share that edge.
Right, so it's on that line between them.
It's on that line between them, and so I've gone automatically with the side that it's most likely to be in. However, because of the way that we're doing the calculations, it's possible it's a miss. Then, so that's 5th, 6th and 7th are both right up against that line, as though, which you expect for 6th. But if it's just the other side, that's theoretically a possibility.
So that YG and the Frenchman are both edge ones, are they?
Yes.
I see. Yes, I see them.
Yep.
They're next to each other as well.
Yeah, they are.
Joined by a point.
Is part of, and then if I put in those coordinates we just got and have it give me the final one, it comes back with basically the edge nodes for, so it's left on 7th, the shared one between the 6th and 7th, and then the top of 6th, so the top of YG, those three as equidistant from the point, which is impossible unless it's a miss.
Okay, so the hook, the T with a hook, want to change that to one of the adjacent ones.
Yeah, the one which is immediately below top corner. So that.
Oh yes.
Yeah. What do you call that?
Y with it's an Egyptian symbol, isn't it?
It is. It's a bit like an ankh where the top of the
yeah.
So it could be that. Yeah.
And then presumably.
And then you'd expect it to be
near the check engine light, but one of the ones above the check engine light. Presumably.
Wait, it could still be the Frenchman or the YG because it's rotated.
The rotated, that's what it was. Oh yeah. I don't. I've lost track.
Yes, so have I. It's all gone wrong, chat. It's all gone wrong.
Yes, it'd be rotated. So yeah, it could still be.
Yeah.
One of those two.
Or it could be, one of the others in that general area. But yeah,
So let's change that T with a hook to the ankh.
Yep, I will just copy that in and dump the revised address in the Discord.
Alright. So we brought the next load of quantum processors was once again brought over to the Deep Space Science area to allow us to make more of these dynamic emitters. But they are just sort of clogging up on the belt over here. So it's not going to be long until we stop making those. And the hope, my current hope, is that we're going to this belt we won't have depleted the numbers in here far enough that this station turns back on. Oh, the station's still turned on. Why is it still turned on? If less than 150 and there's 91. Okay, so we're going to have another 1,000 of them brought over here, but hopefully that'll be the last lot, and then we'll be able to send them over to where we actually need them again, and things will calm down a bit, because we don't seem to be using these over here because we're not doing we're not using the Deep Space Sciences up very much. Now at some point there's going to be a run on them certainly, but at the moment it's sort of fairly calm. Yes, about 5 minutes to load up and test an address, I think. Not including thinking time of trying to decide what to put in.
Probably
next.
More like 10 minutes when it's essentially random ones. If you've got a load of this one is repeated all the way to the end, that's a lot quicker.
Yeah. And that, whilst Tristan's spinning that one up, the slight gripe I've got about this puzzle is it feels like it's being made complex by basically just removing the thing. So the specific mathematical puzzle is not actually that hard. What's making it hard is not providing information.
Yeah. Because you aren't able to find out the actual corners of the triangles accurately. Yeah. So and having it on
the coordinates precisely, and I can calculate the entire lot for you to the nth degree of precision easily.
But you can only find sort of kind of in the corner things.
Yeah, basically.
It's sort of it is a sphere. All of the answers, all of the results we're getting out are unit vectors. Therefore, every point we can scan is on the surface of the sphere. However, on this surface of the sphere, there are lots and lots of triangles projected, but because they're on the surface of a sphere, they're not perfect triangles. They are sort of slightly curved triangles, and that's what adds quite a bit of the extra complication to it. So the sides are slightly bent, the edge, and so on. It just all makes it quite a bit more awkward.
What corner do you want, Mike?
Let's do. Don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah, and at the moment we are
Right
working on a way of pointing the Stargate at a specific in a specific direction. The direction we aren't certain that the direction we're pointing it in is correct. However, if we can at least get a system in place where we know that we can point the Stargate at a specific place. If it turns out we're wrong about that, it's going to be an easier job, although not an easy one, given that a lot of this time has been spent just working through the process, and I don't think we've updated the process. We've just been running through it. So if it turns out we want to point it in the opposite direction, then that's going to be annoying, and will probably take us most of another stream in order to do so.
Yeah,
but at least we've got a bit of an idea of the theory behind it, and we sort of know what we're doing. But yes, it would indeed suck if it turns out we've been barking up the wrong tree and have to do the whole thing again. I wonder if I should run another belt of holmium cable down here, because it is the limiting factor again. And there's a thing we could do. Use a lot of the Deep Space Undergrounds. Yes, we did. We've finished the research. You're quite right. We've got Factory Spaceship 10 done, and now we're working on Mining Productivity 14, and it's stalled again because of the quantum processors. I could upgrade this to Deep Space, including the loader, and then all of this, and then run another one down here. Have you found a crisis?
It's 0.156 off.
We expect a fair bit off again because we've zoomed out.
Yes, that's not the bit that's concerning me. In fairness, that is better than the fourth glyph. Let's check what the previous fifth glyphs were on distance. Yeah, it's nominally the same distance away as the previous right corner was.
Yeah, we've got a solid...
Okay, yeah.
That is expected. That's expected. No, okay, we're okay so far. So that's in line with predictions.
We've got a solid belt of the holmium cables coming through, except that sometimes a bit of it gets nicked by something on the way down to make something else. So it is very nearly a full belt going into the quantum processor production, but it's not quite, because, yeah, as I say, other bits are stealing a little bit from it. So I'm thinking, yes, if I upgrade that, and that, and that, and that, and then I will want a Deep Space Underground, like, come on, there's something here somewhere, there we go, like this. And I'll just jump this down in as fewer hops as possible. So we'll go from there. How far can we go? To there. This is a lot easier than with normal Space Undergrounds because we because I can go slightly further than 5 pieces between underground belts. Still manages to catch on everything, of course, but that's just how underground belts are. Of course, the worry here is that the 2 trains I've got bringing all the holmium cables up are now not going to be able to cope anymore. We'll see how that goes. Let's bring this over here.
Are the inserters passing between the warehouses, superior ones now?
I think so.
Area. Okay.
No, they're not. Let's upgrade them then, because that's easy.
Left-hand ones probably don't matter.
Oh, I didn't need to do those ones. They're after the problem area. Problem area. Well, whatever. Yeah, doing this single player would be a lot harder because, yeah, as you say, nobody to bounce ideas off and to help you out by doing bits and pieces here and there when it's getting extra frustrating. But also, if you're doing it single player, maybe you wouldn't be doing this particular part of the game. You'd have called it you'd have decided you'd had enough at about you'd have gone for the spaceship victory instead, basically, potentially, maybe, unless you're an enormous masochist. That is always possible. Alright, I'm going to call this as far in as it's reliably getting. So I'm going to put an underground belt in like... No, I'm not. I'm going to put an underground belt in here. Oh, wait, no, I'm not. Move that to there. That's going to help a little bit. So I can go... Yeah, I can go underground here. And it'll grab from there quite happily. And I can pop it up again there. Yes, that'll work. And then, if I put in a deep space splitter here. Oh yeah, plenty of space for that. Deep space splitter goes there. And then, well, I mean, this could just be a deep space belt, really, couldn't it? So we'll then bring a deep space belt along from here. And put it in here. Right, there we go. So that's now, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 machines running off the first one, which seems to be fairly reliable. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 off the second one, and we can extend that by another 2. So I'm not going to get quite this boost of speed that I was hoping for. I was hoping to actually double it. But I was being a little bit cautious. Maybe I should have put this in a little bit further along. Maybe it should have gone in here instead. Because we do have... yeah, we have enough... Yeah, all right, let's undo that. Put that belt back in. And put in an underground there. And run this along a little bit further. And then put in my deep space splitter here at the end. Splitter. Like that. Okay, so we're doing one more. That'll do. So I've got 1, 2, 3. Don't know if that's the right amount or not. How much? Where's my roboport coverage? Here's one. Why don't I just check like this? Oh, what? I call shenanigans. Fine. Put you in here. Then all will be well. At least until I want to expand this. But for now, yeah, that'll do. We build that up, and then I can copy paste some more of this in and get a bit more throughput.
This is the bit where just gives us the end game screen. We're like, oh, okay.
I suppose actually I could have just upgraded the speed module. Oh, well, never mind. I probably should have just upgraded the speed modules, but oh well. Oh yeah, construction pylons. I forget construction pylons are a thing because I didn't have any in. I never got around to making them in a previous game, and I'm a creature of habit. Turns out.
Also, that roboport needs power.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly the expected position. It's interesting to note. Yeah, what's that? Yeah, so that's really sort of highlighting the difference between the two systems. Okay, right. So let's put that into there, and
have you done a learning?
Ooh. It's given a legitimate output.
What? What's given a legitimate output? The Stargate?
So I was...
Or your...
My spreadsheet. I was expecting it to go, oh, you've missed. But it's come back with an output which is just as legitimate as the previous one.
So you might not have missed.
So this is the bit that I hate.
Possibly being nearly right.
It is literally as legitimate as the previous one.
I think I understand the frustration.
Yeah, because you shouldn't be.
Why are you?
One of those two
Oh.
glyphs should clearly be wrong. Yes, that's passable on X. What about Y?
We're generating 90 gigawatts and using 21.
Y.
I guess it's because most of the factory's asleep because we're not sciencing properly at the moment.
And it's on Z. So, yep, that one actually does better on the tests. So, let's...
Okay, Fizzy. Good night. Thanks for joining. See you next time.
Good night, Fizzy. Thanks. So let's assume... that's correct. Conveniently, it's Trident as the 6th rather than the 7th.
Oh. Need to upgrade this belt all the way along, otherwise it's going to be far too slow. Duh. Of course this needs to be upgraded. Of course this needs to be upgraded to the deep space. There's no point in doing any work there until that's finished building.
Right.
10% full. Or 10% of a train, rather. 1%. Yeah, 1% actually full for the storehouse, but 10% of a train in there. We've got a trickle of scrap coming out. God, that's interesting. I wonder what we're actually producing down here.
We probably want to wait for the next spaceship to arrive.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not left yet.
We're testing 6-point tooth glyph. Oh dear.
Testing a tooth?
So I've just denoted the second. So the testing first, testing second, testing third, etc. And say going back to fifth and testing the second of the fifth glyph. So I just want testing 5.2.
Yeah. Makes kind of sense. Come on, bots.
Let's just double count that. 2, 3.
A little bit more, just a little bit more.
And it's the Frenchman. Yep. Okay.
One more. There we go. Right, there's my construction. That's probably too long, but I might run an extra belt from here further along and take the excess and feed it in again somewhere further down. I'm also going to need to put in another more of this. I was going to think of it. So let's take that, including the tiles, and put it. So you're getting that machine. So I'm going to put it here-ish. Here? Yeah, here will do. Put it here. Right, whatever. Close enough. It's the red one that's out about putting, so it didn't matter too much. So let's go into that one. So it's these three machines now that I want to be put. So I want to put this here, here. Like that. Yeah, one of the version 2 features that I'm kind of looking forward to is yes, I really do want you to build it here, and I want you to put in the ghost of the beacon on top of the ghost of the scaffolding. That would be very nice. But we'll get there. Yeah, exactly as Doopy's saying. Yes, you beat me to it. Being able to put ghosts on top of scaffolding and such likes will be incredibly useful. Put that there.
Can't you also modify inserters and splitters before they're placed as well?
Oh yes, I think that might be a thing. Yeah, that would also be very nice.
Have they said anything about beacons saying, "Hey, put these modules in the beacon in vanilla"?
I don't remember, but I don't have a memory, so who knows? Could go either way.
That's a question for chat then.
Yeah. Why are we short of I don't seem to be getting north or no, everything is on its way. Okay, it's just the deep space belts have to come from a long way away. I think that's why they're taking a while. Because normal space belts are built about here. Deep space belts are built somewhere up here. So it's a much longer flight for the bots to actually bring them over. But I think there aren't any shortages. Otherwise, we'd have alerts in here to warning us about them. Oh, and I need to put another beacon in there. Like that. Right, that is now built. I'll give it a little while for the bots to do their bottishness and then come back and see how things are getting on. The other things of mild curiosity is how fast so we've got a huge stream of cables coming out here now. The question is, are we going to be able to keep up with it? Well, the answer is no, because these belts feeding in here, these 4 belts in, are the same speed as these 2 belts coming out the bottom. So the input here and the output here are the same speed, and sometimes there will not be a train there, like now. So this is going to run out. The answer is going to be to upgrade the train unloading along here, which is a shame because these loaders are really expensive. Although, to be honest, at this stage of the game, I'm not sure cost really has any meaning in that sort of context anymore. I don't think we really care that they're rather expensive. The fact that we've got them being built in any number means that we can have them being built in any number, and it'll be absolutely fine. We see over here that's actually not ticking down that quickly. These are not running. Maybe they are running flat out. That belt. I see. Yes, that belt has stopped because we haven't got the power down there. Oh, no, kicking in. Oh, I don't know. It's not going quite as quickly as it might be. So hopefully this upgrade will sort things out around here. We'll get the trains in quickly enough. We'll unload them nice and quickly. Maybe I'll have to put in a 3rd train, and that will make me cry because then there won't be enough waiting places up here. I don't know, but at least we're getting the at least we pushed the bottleneck of the processor production back an extra step, which is quite nice. Why are you not running? What's your problem? Oh. For goodness. Oh, no, wait, what? Oh, it's just taking it all. There isn't enough coming through. Okay, so strangely enough, if you go through and increase the amount you're using, you need to increase the amount you're supplying as well. So this machine is chucking out a lot of holmium plate. Is this belt running absolutely flat out? It's kind of hard to tell. This might have been alarmingly well balanced. It just happened to be producing about the right amount of holmium for all the machines that are out here already. That's kind of tragic. That solid belt there was enough for all the machines we had running before. So actually, this upgrade I've done, not so useful. I might have to pull another stream of holmium ingot off here and do another belt of holmium plate joining on here or somewhere.
How utilised is the ingot cutting machine?
It's flickering on and off, actually. That might have some more headroom.
And it's only got tier 3 modules in.
Yeah. Well. Alright, so maybe I'll run... Oh, I'll upgrade these loaders here.
Or just put another pair of loaders and...
That's true, that would work. Copy this to... I'm going to run the thing in along the bottom and then bring it up, because I think that's going to be easier. So
there's one matter ship in orbit here, half full, just sitting there. The other 2 are queued up outside.
Yeah.
And the matter pipe is empty. I don't know if you were talking about this whilst I was thinking about the stuff.
I haven't talked about it, but yeah, we're producing matter, but it's...
Too slow.
Yeah. Because we're suddenly churning through loads.
Yeah.
Because we use probably some like 100k every time we dial the Stargate. And that's dialing it fairly quickly. Knowing where the new icons are going to be.
Yeah.
Oh, Marc has disappeared.
Yep. I don't think he's been in game for a while.
No, he hasn't been in game, but he's dropped out of chat as well. But he hasn't been talking very much either. So maybe
he was muted and deafened in Discord chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He was listening on the stream.
Ah, fair enough. Still okay. No, that's fair enough. If you're not using.
Hello, Marc.
Hello. Yeah, if you're not using the if you're not actually joining in, then it makes sense to dip out. It's just one fewer thing for your internet connection to have to deal with, and I feel like it may have been struggling a little bit.
So I've sent off that half full finesse ship because it didn't seem sensible to. A little something is better than nothing. Yeah, that's.
Can I move that?
Yeah, at the rate we're producing it.
Yeah.
It'll be back here before the other 2 ships are filled and sent off.
Yeah. At the same time, it's also approaching my bedtime.
Oh, yeah. Didn't plan that very well.
My bedtime.
Also that, yeah.
I'm just trying. What is this? Oh, that's the station right there. That's why I started.
Oh wait, I
Just
don't
trying to understand this
plans.
amalgamation. Let's call it that of matter tanks.
Oh, down on Norvis.
Yeah, that's gone full Tristan.
Yep.
That is horrific.
So, quite a lot of those actually had a decent amount of matter in them, and that was I kept adding more because we had lots of matter, and I wanted to just keep producing it rather than landfill.
I mean,
So
yeah.
we've only been able to continue as long as we have because I did that.
Because of Tristan's matter amalgamations.
Oh, yeah. That doesn't make it any less horrific. Let's be honest.
Found the source of sending half full or empty vehicles away. I've once or twice sent. Yeah, I've sent this away once or twice with just to get rid of all the just to get it to run a bit. But mostly I've not been. I don't think I've done that very much. I certainly haven't done it with the.
Mike sent the spaceship half full.
Oh, okay, right.
I did
So Sophia's blaming him for trains, doing the same thing with trains.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Oh, why are we not? Oh, it's an underground. Yeah, I just can't tell from the blue on grey is very, very hard to read. That one's easier because it's slightly paler, I think, because it's a left.
I keep
curve
having
rather
that
than right
with
curve.
the ones over here. I think, oh look, that's a broken belt.
Oh yes, yeah. Yeah, it's a shame that the undergrounds are. Or it's actually no. It's a shame that we're using black for everything rather than I don't know yellow or green or something like that. But I think to make a different colour, you have to make the blacks first and then colour them.
Yeah, it's just a lamp in addition, but
No, yeah,
we haven't.
But
bothered.
it is a thing you have to do in order to get a different colour. And yeah, as you say, we haven't had any need to. So they're just the defaults. Not you.
Right, yeah, we probably should have just coloured them all yellow, just because it's
A bright colour.
right. Yeah.
No, we should have coloured them all purple because that's faster. Is there a purple? Yes, there is. Well, there's a magenta, which is close enough. Or blue, just for sort of, corporate colours. Alright, so let's see. Have we satisfied anywhere at all with quantum processors yet? So over here, you have got 875. That is happy. So that means the station has now got a red light on it. Excellent. Oh, red light on it. There they are, in fact. Not that red light, but those red lights. The station has now closed because we've got enough quantum processors there. Have any been brought over here? No. Don't be silly. Actually, no. Some have been brought over here because or maybe these are the ones that were over here before because there are almost. Those are a bit unbalanced. That's weird. Oh, probably because there was someone. Yeah, maybe because anyway. They're yeah. We've made 800 of them that have gone into this train. So progress is being made, albeit rather slowly. We need to. That's a decent number of them. But yes, we need to now. We are still. I mean, we've been steadily making the quantum computers for the entire episode, entire stream. It's just there's been occasional hiccups, and I'm trying to make it do it a bit faster.
I think I am going to go to bed here because I am very tired. Thank you very much for the game. Thank you especially Tristan for sitting there programming the gate all that time.
Nice.
And thank you to you for actually doing all the numbers as well, even if your brain was turning to cheese.
Yeah. I'll plan on sending you the numbers for the 3 corners of that one.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah.
At some point over the next week.
Good
Yep,
luck coming
and
up
then
with
we
some
can-
sort of useful, sensible summary that I can then talk about in the video, because I can imagine that's going to be tricky to
That's
explain.
going to be
I've done that. It's 2 words, Stargate nonsense.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, it'll be a very, very short update video then.
Yeah,
Right, so answering the
honestly,
previous
it's not
question,
a-
it turns out this machine is not quite capable of filling 2 deep space belts, but it's not far off. Might need to bump those up a little bit. Okay, well, thanks for joining us, Sphere. We'll see you next time. And also, good night, Mike, and again, also see you next time.
Yep. Thank you all. Night chat. Night all. Bye.
Bye. Alright, so yeah, there we go. And they've got a few more of these machines now starting to run because we're getting the holmium being brought over to them. And we'll give it a moment to flow through a bit, and we'll see if this is capable of producing enough. And if not, I'll chuck some slightly better modules in there. How many have we made? 250 in the time the train was gone. It's some. It's not a full train load, but it's a good start. We've now got. No, we're waiting until we get 500. That's the minimum, but we're actually only leaving when we get 1,000, I think. Yes, 500 across there, and then 500 in the same place in the other train, in the other wagon. Okay, so, and those 500 will allow us to do, what was it? 7,000 researches. 7,000 researches. Unfortunately, we need 40,000 in order to do mining productivity 14. So that means we're looking at 5 or 6 trains to get all of that done. That's a lot, especially as it's then going to be taking all kinds of other stuff, which means we're going to be pulling through massive quantities of other resources. We're going to start taking Deep Space Science 2, and that means we're probably going to start using deep space. We're going to start using quantum computers, quantum processors over here, in order to make those, to make. These. So yeah, that's going to be which is in order to make these. In order to make tier 1 science packs, in order to make the tier 2 science packs, because that's how everything telescopes in this game. So yeah, there's a lot of resources required there. Oh, thanks for the follow, Bloodlust. That was 44 minutes ago. I apologise for being bad at noticing things. If you're even still here, I don't know what's happened in the last 45 minutes. Apart from I've massively upgraded my quantum processor production, and yeah, that's looking better. I've been thinking that a bit, Mark. Yeah, the problem is the things it requires. Specifically, the quantum phenomenon data here. We'd end up having to truck those in as well separately, and I've punched through enough belts now that, and it's sort of okay.
And we are fairly low on holmium now. That's been churning through it.
Oh right, we've ripped through all of the holmium by turning it into all into quantum into cables and then quantum processors. Right. Yeah. Hey, Sealand, welcome. You have this amazing ability to turn up rather close to the end of the streams. I guess it's a time zone problem, which is a shame. But it's going. We've done a load more Stargate pokes and tried to find things out, and we have found things out. Mostly that none of these sets of glyphs are correct. We're sort of. I feel like we are making progress. Mike keeps shouting out numbers, and they were generally getting smaller and smaller. And then he went, "Oh no, it's all gone horribly wrong," and had to go back 3 steps. So I don't know how that's going. I've been playing with the science over here, which has been going, and it turns out quantum processors are still the bottleneck. So I've added in some extra production down here, and I spent some time making sure everything just produces all the bits and pieces that are needed for it as quickly as we realistically can. And unfortunately, that has now plundered all of the holmium cables that we had available, and so everything is now. Well, it's not. I won't say everything is now broken, but now holmium cables are once again the problem. And I think I've done enough upgrading of that. I'm not gonna do it and upgrade it any further. I think we'll just have to say that if the trains can't keep up, then tough. In fact, why can't the trains keep up? Have we actually run out of holmium now? We have a warehouse nearly full down here. So as the trains come down here, they should be able to fill up as quick as they like. We've got a warehouse with a healthy chunk in over here. Yeah, all that work on Holmium cables, yes. So yes and no. I mean, so it's been a many step process. So I started bringing the Holmium cables over to here, so that we'd have a bulk train bringing them up. That helped. Then it turned out it wasn't quite enough, so I put in a second train and doubled the amount that was coming through, and that was sufficient. But then I decided it'd be a good idea to double the rate I was producing the quantum processors at, which meant I even further needed to then transport these things even faster. And also, the fact that I was taking them from here so quickly meant that the production of Holmium cables all the way over here was unable to keep up. So I improved this by simply doubling the level of all of the modules throughout the system, which has worked. We've now got a lovely flood coming out here, and this warehouse is full. So as you can see, that has worked. The problem is that we now don't have enough logistical trundle through from here to go back up to not here. No, not here either. What? I haven't. My character has literally not moved this entire stream, apart from when I ran around a little bit at the beginning, saying, "I've left the doors open." Yeah. So the amount that we're bringing through to here with these trains is now not capable of keeping up. So does that mean I need to put in a third train? And the answer is probably, if I want to deal with these gaps in the flow. The other way of looking at it is to say that, well, I have drastically increased the rate that they're being produced at, even if it's not quite enough. It is now significantly better than it was before, in that we've now got to the Holmium cable supply being the limiting factor again, when it wasn't beforehand. So hard to say, really. Basically, things have got a little bit better. If I come in here and I look at quantums, and we look over the last hour, just because that's a suitable amount of time, we look at the processors there and there. Production, there was a dip in production. I wouldn't like to say exactly why. Oh, that was when we ran out of the quantum phenomenon data cards, I suspect. Then it came back up again. Then I doubled the length of the thing, and that meant it went up a little bit. Although, interestingly, only to the same level as that over here. Then I put in the extra feeds for the extra Holmium and the extra Holmium cables, and it's jumped up to here, and it's wobbling around this sort of area. So if we've gone from 150 something to 230 something, 240. Then I think that's quite a big improvement, even if the system over here isn't capable of running 100% of the time because the trains can't keep up. That's quite a big jump and is definitely going to help. So even though technically it's not fixed, even though there is still a shortage up here, I could fix it by putting in another train. I'd need to have another weight station around here somewhere, and I don't know where I'd put that, but it could probably be done. I could have a third train coming up here and unloading the cables. It's probably not necessary because we are producing these at a significantly faster rate now, and I'm just saying all these things in a desperate attempt to convince myself that this is actually true, and that we will be and that bringing all the and that we now have quantum processors being made fast enough. Now the train isn't there. Does that mean it has finally taken them over here? No, it doesn't. If it does, they've all got used up already. So no, probably not. But it does make me wonder where the train is. Oh, it's heading to... That's exciting. It is just arriving here at the advanced science drop-off area. So here are suddenly all of the quantum processor... What in the... Tristan, are you being weird? Why is this? Sorry, I'll ping it so you don't have to look at the stream. It just seems a little bit unnecessary. That's all.
I assume there was a reason for that beforehand.
Oh, I'm sure there was, but yeah. Anyway, so Tristan weirdness aside, this means that we now have enough. We now have some quantum processors to pass over to here to feed all of these machines that are suitably speed moduled. Speed modules may be completely unnecessary given the rate of quantum processor feeding coming in, but that means we can now start to make the quantum computation data, and those are the ones that then get passed down into this train. Once we get another bajillion of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Once we get another 800 of them or so, slightly less, then this train can clear off and nip over to the other area. Getting though 800 of those will require 800 of these, which we probably had. So I think once we've churned through all of the quantum processors in this warehouse here, this train will leave and go off and go and deliver those to be made into more science. So that's quite nice. It's been a bit of a mission getting to this point, but things seem to be flowing reasonably well there. Now, Tristan was saying that we seem to be getting through a lot of the holmium now. Does that mean if we look over at the graph again, we can see that have we ripped through it all? Oh yeah, we've got through about half of the holmium that was in the buffers, and that's presumably with ships coming in and topping it up during the stream, because that's how the system works. Oh, it's just gone yellow. So yeah, we are ripping through. Ooh, very yellow. Oh, it's going back up again. Maybe there's a ship. There's presumably a ship emptying and a train filling at the same time over here. That's why it's wibbling a little bit. But yeah, we're pulling that down to the ground nice and quickly and getting through rather a lot of it. We are short of stone.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Is Mark been is it Mark's fault?
We can blame Mark if you want.
Okay. It's presumably
been pushing,
being turned into matter. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I've been pushing extra to the matter.
Fair enough. Okay, Mark. Well, sorry to hear you've only got. Well, it's presumably midnight for you, given foreigners, and so yeah, you got 6 hours sleep. It is better than 5 hours sleep, I suppose. Good night. We'll see you next week. You know what I mean. I'm a little bit concerned about the enriched vulcanite there, though. Maybe we need to be bringing more of that over at a time. Let's go and have a look at the Agnea supplieries over here. Yeah, okay. So we have a half full warehouse here. We have some flowing. We do have some flowing through. I think. How much is in there? 11,000. How much is in here? 11,000. Okay, so we do have a full warehouse worth of enriched vulcanite. It just needs to dribble through down this rather slow system, which is a kind of maybe I should be.
That's plenty fast enough.
It is, but it makes the numbers look sad, and I don't like the numbers to look sad. No, you're right. It is fine. Yeah. All right. Let's just let it run.
I'm amused at the iridium to the right of that, the output belts to this warehouse. It's mostly iridium, but there's these few specks of copper barrels on there.
That's kind of weird. I don't expect to see output like that, because normally when it gets to it must have been having more iridium chucked in out of the spaceship as it was going. And so it would empty a stack of iridium, get out a couple of pieces of copper, but by the time it had taken out those couple of pieces of copper, another stack of iridium would have been put in, so it then took that out. Yeah, that is weird. You're right. Yeah, looking right down. Yeah, here we down. That's not bad. That's not good. Oh, maybe what's a good example? It's got 2 stacks of iridium at the bottom now, so it's not doing it anymore. That's a shame. Because yeah, that was interesting. But yeah, it was running just about fast enough that it would empty that stack, so a little bit of whatever was in this one would come out, but then it would put some more iridium in from the spaceship into this stack, so it would empty that one again. Yeah, that was an interesting effect. I approve of having that pointed out to me. So yeah, how much of this are we actually asking for? 20,000. 20,000 is basically 20,000 is a warehouse, isn't it? Pretty much. I've got 2 warehouses here. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable asking for more. It hasn't actually been a problem. It's just been a warning light. So I think I'm going to leave the enriched vulcanite alone and not start bringing more of it over, because I'm worried about getting things clogged up, and I don't want to get things clogged up. So I'll leave that one well alone. Otherwise, I mean, things look pretty good. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put the advanced sciences and the deep space catalogs onto the graphometron system. And it's not going to be done particularly well, but I'm going to do it anyway. First question is, where's the cable that leads down to the ground? Is it you? Yes, it is. It's this green cable. Yeah, I have had a warning light on the dashboard of my car for rather a long time because I've been having some issues with mechanics and waiting for them to get hold of a. Actually, it's worse. It's worse than that. It's not just issues with mechanics. It was issues with a warranty company. And I've been waiting for them to finally find a new catalytic converter for my car, and they've taken it. They first looked at it in, I think it was about February, and now they've finally I finally got the car booked in to go and have the new catalytic converter fitted on Wednesday this week. So they've finally managed to work out that, oh yeah, if you want to replace a catalytic converter in a car, it helps if you order the bloody thing. So yeah, and it's apparently it was going to be a 6 to 8 week lead time because I think they only had them in Japan. There weren't any in Europe at the time. But apparently in the time while I've been waiting, some have found their way over to Europe, so we now actually do have some. So it was only a sort of a 2 week lead time. Once they actually went, oh hey, maybe we should actually order this thing. And so now I might actually be able to get the car fixed, and then it might actually pass the MOT in August when it's due. Oh yeah,
I don't think that middle thing is the stock level, is it?
Looks like.
Okay, maybe
it's got lots of things on it, so cautious optimism.
Maybe it gets transmitted.
Let's find out. So down here, let's. You are reading off this, aren't you? Yes, you are. No, it doesn't. You're quite right. It is not the stock level. Bah. Because I should. Yeah. Oh no! Wait. I did. No, I didn't. I didn't set the belts properly. That's on me. I forgot to. I just linked to them and didn't as if they were chests, and didn't say, "Hey, I want you to read off this belt." So they're just blocking now.
Yeah, it's the exact same amount of cryonite. So yeah.
There we go. This one.
Plausible.
I would like you to read belt contents and hold. And I deliberately linked to this one because it actually has some on it, so it looks something promising.
So that says we have 4 now.
Excellent, thank you. That it is never going to get higher than 4. So it's either going to be it's going to be binary. We will either have enough or we will not have enough. But at least we have some knowledge. Where was it? It was around here somewhere. Can't find the cable. Where did it come? Okay, it comes in around here. And okay, where are we going on there? Right, there we go. So I want you to read belt contents and hold. Did I turn the other one? Did I not enable? Yeah, I had a feeling I hadn't done that right, Doopy. Thank you. Yeah, a little light came on in my head when I went to do the second one and fixed it. Right. So are you updating those, Tristan, or am I doing it?
So I've got.
Looks like it's done.
Yeah, I've got the second one. The first one, there isn't any.
No, that's correct.
Of the advanced.
That's correct. The numbers will be exactly the same. It will be up to 4, but there aren't. Yeah, you're quite right that there aren't any.
It's multiplying it by 5.
Okay.
So there'll be a few different values it can have.
Okay, I'll do the same over here as well. 5 and times is at the top. Turns out 5. Yeah, it's going to be pretty much binary. I mean, maybe...
You have none of those as well, then?
No, we do have some of those. It's weird. Did I link to the wrong type of... snow? No. So we've got... Oh, that's just... No, I did link to the wrong thing. Ah, fail.
So you're telling it that we had slightly more tier 1 and 2.
Just tier 2 on that belt. Where did the tier?
Oh right.
The tier 3 and 4 must come from. Oh, we don't have any of the sewer. Oh, it comes from there.
They don't come in from there. They're coming from above.
Yeah, I see. It's not going to reach, is it? No. I could run up to here, but that's not going to be particularly useful either. Alright, so along here I want to read, as a hold, not a pulse. I want to do nothing, because that's just a carry across.
4 has jumped up.
Good. And I want to read as a hold. And you should also have
3 has jumped
3s
up.
as well now. There. Yeah, that's as high as I'll ever get. Now, I was thinking, actually, just as I did this, what if I just link 4 pieces of belt together in a row? Because then if it's or more 5 pieces of belt together in a row, because then if it's sort of dribbling through, then we'll get a slight sort of averaging out of it.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Yeah, I would very much say 5 rather than 4.
5 is a good number given what you've given the maths you're doing, yes, because then you can just get rid of the multipliers.
Yep. Are you doing that for all of them?
Yes. It's on a corner there, unfortunately, which I think throws the numbers off slightly, but I think it's going to be close enough that I don't think it matters too much. And then down here.
You need to copy paste the belt settings, by the way.
You're right, I do. Thank you.
Oh.
Should suddenly see lots of advanced.
Jumped up.
Good.
It didn't jump all the way to the top.
No.
Okay.
Now that should have been the 4 and the 4 and 3.
4 is not full. One of them's not done.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on the corner. That's why. Oh, no, it's not there.
No, it should be now. Yeah, I missed the one in the middle somehow, as if I'd not programmed it properly earlier.
Easily done.
Yeah, I can see the.
Okay, so we're slightly short on advanced 2s, are we?
Yes. Yeah, I know. It's a slightly weird one because I found the area where they're buffered up to on the bus on the belt that feeds in, and then went up and down from there. It's not an entirely honest way of measuring it, but it was there, and it was a way of getting something mildly interesting on there. So I thought I'd do that.
Yep.
So yeah, there we go. Half full of advanced 2s, and nice and full of Deep Space 3 and 4s. Excellent. Although there's still a red light for advanced 2s.
There you go.
And there isn't a red light for advanced 1s.
There you go.
Too kind. Oh, is that because they weren't plugged in before, so you hadn't bothered to do anything with them?
They were inverted because we were never going to have any stock, so I didn't want the entire red bar.
Fair.
So they were then logging how long we've actually had enough for.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, why not?
Because just inverting the logic for
Yeah.
the reset was the easy way of dealing with that.
No, that's fine. Okay, so that's now a bit more accurate. We have a bit too much. Well, a bit more plastic than slightly more plastic than we would ideally like in the plastic overflow area. We've still got plates shown on here, which don't count anymore. But never mind. Same with liquid rocket fuel that we don't care about.
Also, sulfur. What's dumping sulfur into the disposal system?
Nothing should be that I'm aware of. Sulfur is brought back from Taras, but it shouldn't be going into the disposal system. A lot of these things feel like it's an overflow, as in too much stuff has been put into a spaceship and then been unloaded again. But that, again, shouldn't happen. And we've not been fiddling with the spaceships, so I'm just going along looking in the disposal systems for any sulfur. Nope. Nope. Or anything else that shouldn't be there. Nope. Looks fine. Looks fine.
So we've got about a fifth of a warehouse, actually a bit more.
Fine.
It's reaching the bottom at the moment, so
Right.
there was some recently.
Kothar has got some elevator cable in it. In the
Mike's
disposal
fault.
side. Yep, Mike's fault. Yeah, there's no sulfur in there, but Kothar has some elevator cable in its disposal warehouse up here. But Mike was messing around with elevator cable quantities, so that whilst it probably shouldn't have gone into no, not today. But the game's running at half speed. It could have taken several hours for it to filter through.
Yes, because as we saw, the iridium basically wasn't flowing at all.
Yeah, because we had enough. Yes, and if we look at Kothar orbit, that was the one that had the problem. Yes, this was the one that had the problem where there was too much cable out here. So yeah, he'll have reduced the number and total have unloaded it. Okay, so that at least seems to be explicable.
Kothar does not use sulfur.
No, so it's probably not there.
Unless he's bringing it back for weirdness.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past him, but I'm not aware of him doing that.
I'm tempted to go along and just put an alarm on each of them, each of the stations, saying, I've got sulfur and I shouldn't have it in the disposal
more
downstream.
More. So much sulfur in the dump system, it says in the
Yeah.
alerts.
That's how I
Ooh,
found
we're
out.
down to only one alert. Wow.
Oh, nice.
I've never seen that few alerts.
Oh, it's disappointing that we've got that one now.
Yeah. Alert, 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 alert. Is this, presumably theoretically, a train will come here and tidy it up?
Yes, I checked the settings of all of those trains. They all go there before sulfur pickup.
Okay, cool.
Well, actually,
Yeah, there's still quite a lot coming through.
yeah.
Yeah. It's almost 7,000 in the warehouse here. That's a bit mysterious. And Talos does deal with sulfur, but it shouldn't bring any back. And if it does bring any back, it shouldn't unload it.
Oh,
We always
Taras. Taras is unloading sulfur.
Oh yeah. Is that because it's got too? Ah, it's because it's got too much of it.
Yeah, you've got minus 5k.
Right. It's the warehouse on the output. The warehouse on the output is full. We're not using. We're not. Wow. I've not seen an excess of sulfur in a very long time, and that's prioritised over here. So we should be using that before bringing any up from the planet. I think. Hang on. Yes. Yes, we should. And yeah, I guess because we've not been using enough naquium, we've not been using enough everything else. We've not been using enough naquium. We've not been using enough beryllium. Possibly not been. It's not been. Hang on. Why is it not flowing out to? It's supposed to dump into Kothar. No, not Kothar. Agnea.
Agnea, yeah.
And it is now. Did you do anything just now?
No.
'Cause it is-
Well, not relevant to that.
Because it has just started flowing into the Agnea ship. As in, literally just.
Yeah, I saw the start of it as I
That's
hand
weird.
over.
Because Agnea is supposed to be the sink for any excess sulfur. There's a control here. What do? You say if sulfur is less than 0. Okay, so that's just to make sure we don't send too much over. That's weird. I don't know why that just started running. Oh, maybe a load got used on Agnea, and so this is starting to fill it back up again. That would make sense.
How's power on Agnea? Actually, no, that's a steady negative signal, so power's fine. Now, at least. Did you change the amount of enriched requested?
No. Power has been fine on Agnea for the last 9.5 hours.
Cool.
Based on accumulators. That's the last time the accumulators did anything. But Agnea is running at the moment. It's running flat out, producing vulcanite at the speed it does when it's running flat out. So it is probably churning through a fair amount of sulfur. In fact, that reminds me, one of the things I talked about in the video needing to do at some point was upgrade all these belts out here on Agnea to purple so we can get a bit more sulfur flowing through. That said, it's not like it's been using it from somewhere else because there's been a shortage there. It's pulling it through from the stuff that's being brought over from Norbit. So, yeah, this is all. Everything seems to be running as expected. It's just we have a lot of sulfur. I guess it's because we've been producing so much imersite. We've got a load of extra sulfur that we.
Unrelated, the elevator cable broke on Snowdrop and no one noticed.
Ooh, okay.
I think.
I guess we've been okay for cryonite for a long time then.
Oh no, operational ongoing maintenance. It's just not full at the moment. Well, it's low power. No, that must mean it's broken. There's cable, but there's no electricity.
I'm looking at the top end of it, where there presumably is electricity. There are 11 pieces of cable in it, and there's a plentiful supply of it. So I don't know why that's not
But
working.
it has, yeah. So it has low power, which is weird.
Yeah.
Because I noticed that the meteor.
Oh, power
the defense
comes up
guns
from
didn't
here.
fire.
Power comes up from
Yeah.
Snowdrop, not down. On the ground, production is high and satisfaction is...
Steam is
No.
empty.
It's not working. Maybe there's a brownout and you've lost water. Yeah, you've lost water. There's no water.
What? There's
You've got pumps running slowly at the top here, putting at least a bit in from solar power.
they're solar powered as well as an emergency. The duct is completely full of water.
But the steam... Yep, full all the way down to
Yeah.
here.
This pump has low power. It's pumping a little.
Ah, so if the pumps have got low power, then... That's an awkward. Joys of bootstrapping. Could we do that just to get water to flow through to start with? Because I think you don't actually need pumps on the output of a... or is it controlled? No, it's not controlled.
There's no bots here.
Oh,
I think.
okay.
Yeah.
There's roboports. Oh, but if there's low power, the bots might not work very well.
Yes. That'll be why. I was using Alt D to find out if there were bots, and they weren't. They didn't look like it. I hadn't noticed the roboports.
Yeah, there's a...
Because the other option is that. Because there's a whole load of steam in those tanks over there. Actually, that. This.
Oh, I see.
Turn this pump around.
Right, yeah, that'll work. That'll schlep. Yeah, that'll get you nicely bootstrapped. Right, I'll remove the pipes I ghosted in. That should hopefully kick things back into action and get power back.
Why did it drop out though?
It's a very good question. Yeah, you're now up to 200 megawatts. 260
That's been out
megawatts,
for
300 megawatts. Yeah, how
about an hour game time.
Real time.
Game time. Nearly an hour game time.
Yeah, more than half, less. Yeah, closer to half than one, but yeah, that sort of order of magnitude.
So the
There's a
steam
couple of-
turbines dropped and then plummeted.
No, those dips are when your advanced furnace is cut out. So when you had enough cryonite. So I think that was demand dropped rather than there being a problem. And there hasn't been a spaceship here in a while, so we can't tell. We need to have an accumulator on every planet, just so we can see when there's been power issues. Yeah, so okay. So good night, Marc. Missed your message. Yeah, looking back at the messages, regular. Yes, the sulfur was not going to Agnair. I think probably because Agnair just was full because we were producing it faster on Taras from all of the immersite processing than we're using it up everywhere, including Agnair. So we're shipping it out there as fast as it's needed, but we weren't using the vulcanite up fast enough to get through it all. Talos is not using as much of it because Naquium is full, as is beryllium. So that's two reasons. Both the reasons it gets taken to Talos have both sort of dropped off quite a lot. And cutting off the rest of the base could have worked, although without bots that would be rather tricky. Oh, I suppose actually we could have detached cables. Yes, we could have done that. But yeah, having some emergency steam over here has more or less got things up and running again.
I'm inclined to put that there when the bots
What's that?
put the substation in that I was going to put in when the bots are back, and then disconnect it by cable.
That's a good idea. Yeah, and then it's there as a convenient emergency thing in case this happens again.
And obviously turn the pump back round.
Yeah. Your meteor defense installations are charging up at the moment, so that's pulling quite a lot of power.
Let's disconnect those.
It might not matter, to be honest. It'll.
No, that's an old set.
Oh,
So
okay.
the stuff on the ground is pointless.
Okay. The amount of power being generated is still going up, so it's as if more systems are coming back online. It's probably because the pumps are kicking back in again, so the water is gradually filling up all of the boilers, so we're getting more steam being produced, which means all the steam turbines at the bottom of your system are now starting to kick in properly as well. That's my suspicion, anyway.
Yeah, we did get we didn't need to wait for the boilers because we're pumping steam that's still hot into the tank.
Yes, but only relatively slowly through a single pump.
Yes,
I think. And also probably only into the top turbines, because I think you've got another bank of turbines at the bottom.
Right, yes.
Which they needed the water supply to get pumping, and those are quite a lot of those are still not running because the steam hasn't filled up all of the internal buffers and all the other ones yet. In fact, looking here, it's the ones on the right that have kicked in and the ones on the left haven't, I think. Which is mildly interesting. And then further down, it's the ones on the right and the ones in the middle and left haven't. So, who knows? It's the vagaries of Factorio fluids. Or there are...
Which will all change in version 2.
Yes, for much, much simpler. So you still only got half the amount of power you need, despite the gradual upward rampening. Well, actually, it's plateaued a bit.
We're nearly up at the constant rate from before.
Oh, okay. Oh, so I'm just charging up roboports and stuff and meteor guns. Yeah, 37. There's 37 meteor guns that are absolutely caning your power system at the moment, I guess.
Yeah. They're only 14%.
Oh, no. Okay, well, we've discovered something quite exciting, and the graph looks quite nice as well. And then back up again.
I'm half tempted to disconnect a bunch of the meteor guns, but it's not worth it given that they are at 17%.
Yeah,
it's
not going to make things any faster overall. It's just going to mean you're going to have to remember to come back and plug them back in again.
Yeah.
Oh, we have stuff.
If I thought of it at the start, I would have done.
Yeah. We have stuff flowing through the factory again now, albeit presumably rather slowly because everything's running at half power. Oh, it would mean that the rest of the factory would kick in a bit more nicely. So the factory would run at full speed while the air guns were recharging.
None of these signal receivers are needed, are they? Because we're
probably
not doing.
Oh, what, you mean all these ones up here? No, we're not doing anything with delivery cannons anymore. There's no
point having them consuming all that power.
Yeah. Are signal receivers that hungry? 2 megawatts. It's the transmitters that are really hungry, I think, for power.
10 megawatts, yeah.
Okay, they're not that. They seem hungry in the earlier stages of the game. At this point, it's not quite so drastic.
I suppose we don't need that one either.
Or this one. Or was that the one you meant?
I was meaning this one. Oh, yeah, that.
NX3 is suggesting that he reckons the meteor guns are the root cause of the power crisis.
If we had a suddenly loads needed to fire.
Could be. And looking at the graph, there was definitely a spike from them, and then everything else dropped at the same time. So I could believe it, yeah. And it's possible that went over 100% of the power availability from that increase there, and that was enough to cause the pumps to shut down, and that meant power was lost. Yeah, I could believe that because there's definitely a spike there.
Oh, if that happened, if that happened at night. And
It's.
Oh yes, yeah. The pumps are powered by, the beam power, but they are also powered by the solar.
Right. Yeah, but no, it's not the water pumps at the top. It's the internal pumps that move all of your water and steam around inside the power plant. They're the vulnerable ones, and those aren't solar powered.
Potentially should be. That's a faff.
Yeah, that'd be tricky. To be honest, you'd be better off putting in more power generation, because looking at the power, everything over here, we've got production of 1 gigawatt at the moment, and an hour or so ago you were using 1.2 gigawatts. Now I think this is just because the system hasn't fully kicked back in yet. But you are using, previously you were using more power than you are generating at the moment. So yeah, that needs to go up a bit further in order to start working properly. But for some reason we don't seem to be getting... How full is it? Yeah, this tank down here is not filling up. Are these guys all full? Yeah, we're not getting a lot of water in down here. This duct is empty.
Oh, where's that coming from?
Over here.
Ah, yes. And that does not have a solar backup.
No. But they are... I mean, they seem to be running.
Right, we have loads of power for a bit.
Have you just disconnected the guns completely?
No, I've reconnected. I've connected the CME defense.
Oh, okay. Ah, yes.
Oh.
Let's see how that looks now.
Is that the guns now fully charged? 'Cause it's dropping. No, 55%.
Right, so we've got boom. We've got that extra power. Right, we now have 4.2 gigawatts available, and we're using slightly under 2. So that does seem to be pretty good. I mean that is adequate to keep everything running. So therefore, hopefully, everything will fill back up again. Yeah, that's a fair point, Doopy. You don't need to. That's right. You don't need to pump out of a duct exhaust. That would be an improvement to make somewhere. I previously assumed he'd done it for control purposes, but no, I think it's just unnecessary reasons. Yeah, those.
I just threw in Marc design.
Oh, blame Marc. Sure. Yeah, the duct still isn't filling up. I mean, there's no water in it. It's getting pulled out as fast as it's getting put in. 83 out of 1.2k. But then that's fair. That's what you want. You want to fill up all these boilers along here. How can I tell if these are working? They're not working. Yeah, they're all very, very low on input fluid. Okay, the ones on the left are okay. I think the ones on the left are getting priority because they don't have a couple of pieces of pipe. It's just pumped straight into the boiler. So yeah, once those fill up completely, then I guess the other side's going to get some of it.
I've added another offshore pump.
Okay, certainly can't hurt. Yeah, this is gradually ticking up. It's gone. I saw it go from 147 to 148 in this particular boiler as I'm looking at. But there's a lot of space in the boilers further up as well. It is recovering though. I will say that. So I think it's probably
98%.
Oh, for the guns.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
And that should be about it. Suddenly plummet any moment now.
Yep. We've had a plummet.
Yep.
Gone from 740 megawatts going into the guns to 185. So yeah, that is quite a big drop. And yeah, we can visibly see it's still using more power than it was before you plugged in the CME defense, though. So the CME defense power is... I was going to say the CME defense power is still being used. I'm not sure if that's still 100% accurate, because there's going to be a load coming in from the... there hopefully is a bit more coming out of the systems down
how's
here.
That?
Sorry, I closed it.
That seems happy now.
Yes, it's
I've
happy
disconnected CME.
Yeah, you're producing 1.8 gig and you're using 1.2, 1.3. So given that we can get an extra 740 megawatts going into the... Well, no, we can get 740 minus 185. Call it 600. Yeah, if all of your meteor defense installations start charging at the same time, that's going to push you just over the limit of what you're capable of the power you're capable of producing as of right now. Yeah. NX3 says 1 offshore pump for 5 heat exchangers. 18, so you need at least 4. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so it should be all right. And it's good to have a little bit more because then you can. Oh yeah, because now the duct's full or nearly full.
And I've added in an extra one, so yeah, that explains why it went from not enough to now enough.
Well, it was 18. It was 18 out. It was 18 when you could have fed 20, so you needed 4 at 5 each to get to 18, more than 18.
Yes, but I've added one. I've added a
you've
offshore pump.
Yes, but you were at 4 before, which would have been okay and a little bit of headroom, and you're now at 5, which is
right.
okay with lots of headroom, because 4 times 5 is 18 and then some spare.
And we've got 6 up at the top.
Okay, that's what I was just going to check. Yeah, this all looks pretty healthy now. It looks like there's steam coming out of all of the turbines, so I think the system has been recovered. Just need to try not to do too much shooting in the future.
Yeah.
And yeah, we have a steady stream of cryonite coming through as well. What's
Unless it top the CME back up.
Yeah. What's quite impressive is that despite all of that, we still have a nearly full bar of, well, virtually a full bar with some flicker of cryonite on the graph. So that's what I usually describe as being a sign of there being a spaceship in and also a train in. So it's depleting and filling at the same time. And all of the Vita products now have well, they're not all green, but they will have some at least. The Vita reagent has just dropped into the red as I said it.
It has only been an hour of game time.
True, yeah, and the cryonite and the cryonite system I think is pretty robust now since your upgrades a month or so ago.
That's a lot of sand coming out of there.
Sand. We seem to produce a lot of sand, especially on Terras, which is why I started turning it into glass and silicon before I shipped it, just to pack it down a little bit more. Actually, not pack it down a little bit more, just to turn it into fewer items. Just as many stacks, but it's fewer items, so you can load stuff up more quickly.
Wonder if I should put a furnace next to this belt and just say, yeah, just take sand off, put glass on if there's space.
You could do it. Yeah, it's basically what I did.
I was thinking you're just doing it with a pair of inserters.
Yeah.
Very lazy way.
All right. Okay, so I was thinking about half an hour ago that it was probably a good time to end the stream, but then there was the crisis on Snowdrop, so we went out to have a look into that one. However, that means it's now definitely bedtime, and I think I've got to a point. Well, actually, let's take a quick look at how the science is sciencing. How are things going? Firstly, over here we've got the train's gone. That's exciting. So the train has come over to here and is or has unloaded. Yeah, it has unloaded basically, and so all these are being squirted through here. We are making the catalogues again. So we're making, yes, we have a good healthy supply of the 1s and a good healthy supply of the 2s. So how are we sciencing? How is the science sciencing? It is not, because we've immediately run out of the biologicals. Oh no, that's going to be the reagent, isn't it? Because it always is with bio. We've got 1, 2, and 3. Are we making? Oh, it's the 3s we've run out of now. They've just gone far enough down there. Yeah, it's the reagent. Of course, it's the reagent. It's always the reagent. So, okay. Well, that was a brief burst. We did 28% of that mining productivity 14, which, to be fair, actually 28% of mining productivity 14. That's quite a lot. And then the Vita everything's came back to be the problem as is traditional. But the ship is in, and it has brought over another 3, 7, 10,000, more than 10,000 of them. So we just need to get rid of all of the wood and coal first, which is also biological, technically. And then we can start unloading the stuff we actually want from this spaceship. It does seem a bit ridiculous that you end up that it's just unloading all the trash, the stuff we don't care about, and then eventually, if we're really lucky, maybe we'll get the stuff we do want. Although, actually, to be fair, it is also quite possible that some has already been brought out and just passed up through here. But I'm going to grouch about it anyway.
We have an extra storage warehouse here now for sulfur, so that we can buffer extra without disposing of it.
Yeah, makes sense. And we seem to be using it at the moment, so things have probably kicked back in again. We have now started, now that we've got the advanced science kicked in, the proverbials, we have started actually doing research again now. So hopefully that's going to mean that things will generally start to flow. We'll start to use some of the naquium, therefore we'll start to make more naquium, we'll start to use this, that and the other. So hopefully we'll actually start to run through things again. The factory will start to flow, because I think part of the problem was if the factory stops, then you get weird balances that you wouldn't normally get when it's running nicely. So, yeah, it's yes. The big red ship is still unloading trash. Oh, so much rubbish in this ship. Right. Anyway, yes, this is a good time to end the stream. Let's not just stare at the big. Well, let's stare at the big red ship unloading while I do an outro. Oh, look, there we go. There's some stuff we actually want coming out now. So thank you very much for watching. Today we have been sort of productive. We've done lots of Stargate pokes, and we've picked up lots and lots of information, and there will be a summary in a video at the weekend that will talk about what all of this means and what we've been learning from it, and I'll try and come up with some way to make it intelligible and useful and informative and actually fit it onto into diagrams so you know what I'm talking about. Meanwhile, I have not been staring at that because you don't want to sit there watching me try and do maths, because it'd be embarrassing for me and it'd be boring for you and it'd just be generally painful. So I've been going off and getting on with trying to make other things run better. So no, I didn't do Terras. I did. Oh, I spent a lot of time messing around with the quantum processors. That's been the big thing. But I'm sure there was one of the other planets I poked at a bit as well. I don't know. It'll all be in the summary video on Sunday or whenever, just because I can't remember what I've been doing at the moment. They've all been far too much. But I do have a recording of the stream, so I can go back and find out. So yes, that will be the weekend. I will, of course, also be back on Wednesday, where I should be carrying on with some more Satisfactory. Things are going pretty well there. Satisfactory has this thing where instead of requiring science packs in order to advance the game, you have to make a certain number of intermediary type things. Like, it's as if in order to advance in Factorio, you had to feed in an enormous quantity of holmium cables or quantum processors or something like that, depending on the level you got to. So it's that sort of idea. And at the moment, I'm now building all of the things I need to do for the end game research, or the end game finale at least. However, they're being built rather slowly at the moment, so it'll probably take about 30 hours for it to get there if I just leave it alone. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to AFK for 30 hours. That's silly. So instead, I'm going to be going through on Wednesday and building up some of the production and finding out where the bottleneck is, which one of the 4 or 5 things is that are required is the one that's going to be finished last. And then I'll go in and update that one, and then I'll do the one that's then going to be updated last, and so on and so on. So it should be lots of exciting building. Probably not too much swearing at trains, but a bit of lamenting not having a good copy paste system like Factorio does. So please come along and join me there. It'd be great to see. Well, it'd be great to see the sort of numbers I get for Factorio streams on the Satisfactory stream as well. So it'd be lots more Laurence, lots more of me doing all the sort of things that you love watching. So please come back then. It'd be great to see you there. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. Thank you, and good night to Doopy and Regular and Tristan and everyone else who's around. Oh, and in the tradition of not noticing a message from Bloodlust for about 40-something minutes, I'm also going to now do the hydrate he asked for 48 minutes ago. Sorry about that. Right, so yes, hope to see you all on Wednesday. Thank you very much for watching, and good night.
Bye. Bye.